football and try to get that right?
You can.
It feels easier than basketball, yes.
It really does feel easier than basketball that way.
Kevin says Dunaway should just invest in Southeastern Meats and start cooking all the steaks himself to save money.
Can't be beat.
Hey, would you have had Cincinnati and Michigan in your top 8 last year?
I would not. Are you talking to me now to distract me?
No.
Well played by you. Well played.
Rockstar said can't be beat, right? That was their thing, Southeastern
Hey,
Meats.
didn't Southeastern Meats have the square pizza? That was always the rumor. I just never
No, they did. I saw it in there, yeah.
Okay. Did you get it?
I think I did.
We need to have Square Pizza Day up here once a month.
This was the one over in Calhoun County, and you had brought it up, and I think I went in there just to see, and it was in there, so probably did not get it.
Wouldn't you guys like a one day a month have a Square Pizza Day?
Oh, heck yeah. Like I told, my daughter always looks at the schedule or at the menu and decides if she's going to eat lunchroom or take her lunch. And the other day it was not Square Pizza, it was Fiesta Pizza, I think. So I didn't know. I told her, I was like, I don't know. I don't know if you're going to do it.
So what do they just put a piece of corn on it?
Probably. Speaking of Fiesta Pizza, Mexican pizza has been coming back forever, and I still haven't seen it on a menu.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think that has become urban legend.
I agree
Can
completely.
you go to Snopes and check that for us, Rocky?
No, I will. We're running out of time.
We are. Dunaway's going to have to make his picks.
We got
Cut the yellow.
We got
cut
another
the red.
minute. We got a minute.
Cut the yellow. Cut the red.
So for those just checking in here, Dunaway has been offered the
First of all,
opportunity.
where have
for
you
a
been?
steak. Yeah, you've missed the entire show. Dunaway's been offered the opportunity for a steak to get 4 of the 8, both Final Four in football and basketball combined. All he's got to get is 4 of the 8.
Final 50 seconds. Here we go. You ready?
Go.
Flash the lights for me. Alabama football.
Shocker.
Alabama basketball.
Ohio State football.
Those are 2 easy ones. Let's see where he goes here.
Clemson football.
Okay.
Interesting.
Utah football.
Right.
Oklahoma football. Texas A&M football. NC State football.
Oh, you wasted a pick there.
And Arkansas basketball. I need 4 of 8.
Wow, so you one basketball team, and it was Arkansas.
Yeah.
Where did I miss?
All over the place.
I just got to get 4 of 8.
Where should he have gone, Lance? Give him one.
I would have rolled the dice just on Kentucky or Gonzaga in the basketball. I probably would have gone 4-4. I felt really good about Alabama and Ohio State. I think you can lock those in. I think on your football, you got a little out there. You got no Georgia?
I got no Georgia. I replaced Georgia with Texas A&M. That East is going to be a beast this year. You heard how good Tennessee's going to be?
Yeah, I get it.
Spencer Rattler's at South Carolina now, LT. And Billy Napier's the young Nick Saban at Florida. So there's my 8. Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, Utah, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and NC State football, and Arkansas basketball. 4 of those 8 have to get to their Final Four. That's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. It really should have been a 2-for-1, though. That would have been impressive.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we're up live and rolling now on a Wednesday, the day before the Masters. We'll talk Tiger Woods and the Masters coming up in a little bit, and some tee times, and just how Tiger Woods moves the needle every time he's doing anything. That in a moment. But we start with some interesting news in college athletics that Bob Bowlesby is officially stepping down. But we saw this coming, right? Writing on the wall, you're losing Oklahoma and Texas. It seems like there are more people in the Big 12 world that do not like Bob Bowlesby as opposed to like Bob Bowlesby. But if you remember the history of Bob Bowlesby, he came in to the league after they had lost Nebraska and Texas A&M and Missouri and Colorado. I mean, that league was bleeding, and he had to come and hold it together. Easier to hold it together with Texas and Oklahoma as opposed to the next person who's going to take over and have to hold it together without Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah, I agree. Look, you had two alphas, two of the biggest names in all of college athletics, and now you get the additions of BYU, Central Florida, Cincinnati, and Houston. So at 70 years old, he was probably, you know what? I've done enough of this.
Is he 70, though?
He's 70.
You know, I bumped into him. He doesn't look 70 to me.
How did you recognize Bob Bowlesby?
In elevators at the college football playoffs, and he was.
Did he have on a name tag, or did you recognize him on sight?
He did have have on a name tag, but it was at the national championship game in Indianapolis. We were in the stadium way early.
Yep.
Remember something that had broken earlier that day. I forget what it was, but it was something not good for the Big 12. Maybe it was about college football playoff expansion. And he was there making the rounds to different media sites. I think he'd been on with Marty and the guys from the stadium, and he was out trumpeting what he was in favor of, and he was not a happy camper. Like he had that mean, I'm not happy look, like I'm getting pushed around, moved around. And that seems to be what they're looking for now. And I read one story on The Athletic from Nicole Auerbach and Max Olson that says the next commissioner, and this is in the story, they call Greg Sankey by name. The next commissioner will have to be able to stand up and not get pushed around by Greg Sankey of the SEC.
No, look,
I mean, is that the Greg Sankey you know?
No, get pushed around.
Is that the Greg Sankey you know?
The power is all about the SEC right now, and then the Big Ten, and I don't even know where the Big 12, comes in the stacking order. Look, the last couple of years have been great in basketball. You've got back-to-back national championships in Baylor and Kansas, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think the last champion in football was 2005 with Texas. I think it's been 17 years since they won one in football.
Yeah, but they're cashing big checks, LT. To me, if I was the new Big 12 commissioner, or really the ACC commissioner or the Pac-12, I would play nice with Greg Sankey and with the Big Ten and the SEC. I would be like, listen, I know I'm going to get a vote. Tell me how you want me to vote. I'll be glad to play the silent partner. Let's just keep those checks coming, boys.
I can't even.
You guys could gobble us up and spit us out if you wanted to. Let's keep those checks coming. I'd be that little fish swimming right beside the SEC shark and the Big Ten shark. Every piece of food that fell out, I'd be gobbling it up.
We've seen small businesses get bought, like chain restaurants, franchises. And where they started to where they are now, once these conglomerates get a hold of them, they change the menu a little bit. It's not as good. The product's not as good.
Yeah, like if you ever go to the original fill in the blank, you're like, that's nothing like the chain one I ate, right?
Yeah, and this is not the original Big 12 now.
No, it is not.
And I think at 70 years old, he's probably, look, I've done enough, and I just don't want to deal because it really is tough to identify the Big 12 now. Big 12 basketball we can identify. You've still got Baylor and you've still got Kansas. And those are your alphas. But when you start to look at your top model, which is football, I can't figure it out. I mean, I really don't know who the alphas are. I guess Baylor, the way they've played recently. I guess Oklahoma State, but those aren't really players.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm fast forwarding to the future, say 5 years of the Big 12, if it still exists, and by the way, we'll talk later about candidates. If I'm taking this job, do I have job security or not? Am I going to be around in 5 years? I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's to Lance's point. The Big 12 for me feels like every school in the Big 12 should have a fan base that it wouldn't surprise you if they came to the game wearing a holster and boots. That should be what a Big 12 school is. Lance is talking about the identity of the Big 12.
Right.
Every school in the Big 12,
toothpick in mouth.
it wouldn't surprise you if
Horns on their Cadillac.
That's right. They come to the game with a holster that has a 6-shooter in it, and they're wearing boots and spurs. And for a while, they had that. I mean, what?
In your world, what does the SEC fan base show up in?
Stretch limo.
No.
Overalls?
I guess I could do this if you want me to. I
Carhartt.
wasn't going to do it for everybody.
Tractor pull.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I
the
think
girls have sundresses.
sundresses 100% for girls. For the dudes, it's
Either khakis or Carhartts.
Yeah.
Those short shorts and the
Yeah.
croquis. Got to have the croquis
yeah.
on. And-
Rockstar's right.
and the bangs.
Absolutely, 100%. Short shorts and some sort of.
Well, you're making us out a lot cooler
lanyard.
than you are the Southwest there.
Well, we are, and the lanyard of the sunglasses. Now, an ACC fan doesn't really care about football by and large.
It's SEC light, really light.
SEC light. They're just trying to copy the SEC. The Pac-12 fan shows up in a Save the Trees shirt and recycled shorts. Like, what's the company that makes it their clothes out of recycled bottles? I'll see if I can find it. That's what they're wearing.
Orvis.
Look, they just don't care.
Yeah. They put their surfing board in your world outside the door,
Yeah, I had to do that
outside the stadium.
No, but outside of Missouri, everybody fits in the SEC. And when you start to look now at this Big 12 footprint, I thought West Virginia never fit. Could be a really good program. BYU doesn't fit. Central Florida doesn't fit. Cincinnati doesn't fit. Houston fits. I'll give them Houston.
Yeah, Houston fits, but that was going to be my point is the Big 12, they've been forced to do this. They've had to get out of their footprint a little bit. Like Central Florida, I can't view one Central Florida fan showing up with a gun holster.
Yeah, and if you
And
did,
Cincinnati, I mean, I can't view that with a Cincinnati fan.
if you did Central Florida right, it could make sense in the SEC.
Yeah,
BYU could make sense in the Pac-12.
right. But those schools just don't fit what the Big 12 has been. I mean, they're about to have to change their image.
But
And I'm sure
my other point was there's not an alpha. There
There is
really
not. No,
is
you're
not
absolutely
an alpha.
right, there isn't.
Basketball there is. Football
No, but
there's not.
you're searching. That was the conversation.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State or
Like if you had to
or
buy
Baylor.
stock right now, 5 years, football, Big 12, you can only have one team. I mean, which team is that you buy stock in?
Well, I mean, people are going to tell you BYU will print money in a Power 5 conference.
Okay,
now.
let's just talk about production, on-field production.
But as far as a football program that could win,
I'll say this. Give me a team that will win the Big 12 twice. Once Texas and Oklahoma do their full exit, a Big 12 program that will win 2 Big 12 championships in 5 years. One that you would feel good about. Because here's the problem with Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
Mike Gundy, we really don't know what his future is. And I don't know who takes that over, and I think it's just an okay program.
we don't, but he loses an automatic loss every year when Oklahoma leaves. So that's going to help him. So I almost would say I would almost go Oklahoma State or Baylor.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to
you
remember.
would, but the new school's coming in now, okay?
Right.
Houston is built to have a Cincinnati-like year from last year this year.
Yep,
Right?
they are.
And I like their coach a little bit.
But he couldn't do it in the Big 12.
But he couldn't do it in the Big 12. West Virginia
They've fallen
has a
off.
history.
I know.
And they're getting back. Their roster is finally back where they may be okay this year.
But Neil Brown has had a tough time getting that back right.
Up and down.
If Scott Frost was still at UCF,
Yeah.
and that is interesting with that recruiting base and what you could carry out there. I mean, is it a chance that it's Cincinnati and Luke Fickell?
Well, look, I believe in Luke Fickell. I like Kalani Sitake, and I like Luke Fickell. I believe in those coaches more than I believe in Holgerson and Gus Malzahn.
Well, let me ask you, put it this way. Do you think the first one to win 2, whenever it settles with the new group in Texas and Oklahoma,
Is one of those 4?
Is it one of the new 4 or one of the old 8?
I'd almost go BYU.
I mean,
that's
almost go one of the new 4.
Yeah, BYU is a consistent product year in, year out. And in a lot of ways, it's going to be easier for them to do this with a set Big 12 schedule. Like if you look at, we did this randomly, Lance, the other day. You look at BYU's schedule this
Yeah, and I
year.
was going to ask you guys, do you think this makes BYU? You know, there was something about being an independent at one time. You know, it always worked for Notre Dame. Do you
Right.
think there's something about BYU joining this conference that actually makes them stronger?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Because when they left, their independence did not feel or look anything like Notre Dame,
didn't.
right? And
I always consider them a whack team.
yeah, exactly. And they were almost stronger that way, right? I think them joining this league helps them again become a factor in the national rankings. And Sataki's done a tremendous job.
And that's one of those stadiums I've always wanted to go to.
Oh, absolutely.
Me
Yeah.
too.
But to my point, their schedule this year, they play Baylor, which they would play in the Big 12, obviously. They are at Oregon. They play Notre Dame. They host Arkansas. And they are at Stanford. All right, so you're going to keep one of those games. One. I just think their schedule is going to become a little bit more conducive for them to do this. They're going to play opponents they've got a little more familiarity with. They're not, how many home games? They got a normal home. I'm just saying, I just feel like a conference schedule where it's got a little more stability to it.
Right.
And they're not playing Notre Dame, Arkansas.
Their schedule is going to be easier to some degree, yes.
But my point, BYU to win a national championship can't really afford a loss.
Right.
Well,
they're in the same boat as Notre Dame, but more so. Notre Dame can usually have one loss and still be in the conversation. BYU's got to run the table.
So I just think BYU, I think I would, to answer your question, I think BYU would be my choice. If you said, give me a school that I think could win 2 Big 12s, post-Texas and Oklahoma in a 5-year window, I think BYU is my choice.
You go BYU.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I might too.
Yeah.
If Central Florida, again, if they had a different coach.
Yeah, no knock against Gus Malzahn, but I guess technically
that is 100% a knock.
Technically, I guess that is a knock.
Yes,
but there's nobody else there.
No offense, but
what's TCU? What's TCU going to be? TCU could be good. It seems like they've got the resources.
Sonny Dykes, he left SMU for a reason. He thinks he can do it, and they're trumpeting at TCU. They're trumpeting being Dallas-Fort Worth's Big 12 team now,
right?
With Texas and Oklahoma out, they're trying to take the Metroplex there and turn that into TCU country there in Dallas, so I think it'll be SEC country now. It'll always be Texas and Oklahoma.
Well, I think I would go, to answer your question, I think I'd go Baylor or BYU. I'm going to go very religious in my school's choices here and go Baylor or BYU.
Yeah, so if we make that a Cowan Equipment poll question brought to you by our friends at Cowan, whenever the dust settles and we get the new Big 12 with a new commissioner, do you think it'll be one of the 4 new schools or the original 8 left over that wins the most football championships in the first 5 years? And it seems like we're leaning a little bit to the new schools when they get to the Big 12. But they will have a new commissioner. Bob Bowlesby is on his way out. That's one of our Cowan Equipment poll questions for you online today. You vote on that at Twitter at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live, go follow there, and always help our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Hey, and Rockstar, if you'll get cut number 9, Tiger Woods, ready for me here, but I wanted to tell you about Indy Racing coming back to the Barber Motorsports Park. Boy, if you have been out there in the last couple of years, a great crowd. Tickets are going fast again, so you want to be a part of this, so go get your tickets. But this is just an unbelievable weekend coming up April 29th through May 1st. It's the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama presented by AmFirst. It returns to the Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. Now, you're talking about the fastest drivers in the world on this road course that is beautiful. It's one of the more challenging road courses they race. You have 4-time Indy 500 champion Helio Castroneves, who's back. You have 7-time NASCAR Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, who is still trying to get his feet wet and have success on the Indy circuit. They'll race at Barber and eventually go and try to win the Indy 500. This is sort of the early races that get you to the Indy 500. They'll all battle it out at Barber Motorsports Park. A lot of you are Tim Tebow fans. Tim Tebow will be in town for several events. He's the Grand Marshal this year. Tickets are selling fast. You can get your tickets at IndyAlabama.com. IndyAlabama.com. That's INDY. IndyAlabama.com for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama presented by AmFirst. Or for my friends who need translation down in Alabaster, that's the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama presented by AmFirst. People making fun of my
Grand?
My Grand Prix.
Do you call it a vase or a vase?
It is a base in my house.
It is a vase.
Did you have a Pontiac Grand Prix?
My parents had a Grand Prix back in the day.
Dunaway had a Fiero.
We were in Saks. It was a Grand Prix.
Wasn't a Pontiac? Was a Fiero's Pontiac? Wasn't it?
Yeah. I had a Monte Carlo, not a Monte Carlo.
Did you have the SS? All blacked out?
My brother had a Monte Carlo. We had a Pontiac Grand Prix and a Monte Carlo.
We did not. My Monte Carlo was the car I had after the Ford LTD that didn't have reverse. I paid $750 for it. Probably paid about $2,500 for the Monte Carlo.
Can't get a seatbelt for $2,500 now.
And that one had a carburetor problem that oftentimes I would have to open the hood and literally, and this is how cars used to be before everything was electronic, would take a little cap off the carburetor, pour a little gas in it, put the cap back on, then crank it. Like it had a hard time. Fuel injection, I guess, before it was invented. Had a hard time getting gas to the carburetor when it was cold. That's how I had to crank it off. And I had some great, really impressive first two cars. The women flocked to ride around with me.
I had a buddy that had a starter issue on his car, and he would have to lift the hood and take a little ball-peen hammer and bang on the starter.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that did, but somehow it made it start. Like he'd get in the car to go, so he'd have to get out, pop the hood, and go, bing, bing,
That's
bing,
always
bing,
good for a
bing,
first
bing,
date.
bing.
That was the alternator he was
I
banging
think it
on?
was a starter. Hell, I don't know.
That's tough on a first date.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, when you have to have a little small gas can and you have to open the hood and pour that in there just to crank the car. Not as bad as having to roll backwards and not having reverse.
Yeah. Did you have an 8-track?
I did.
I did not.
I did it. My first car, it was that Pontiac Grand Prix Reichstar. It was in 1980, and I had to drive it to prove that I could handle a car because I got my license in 92, so I was 12 years old. And it had an 8-track player in it. And we found some old 8-tracks, and then my buddy Jason Reeves, his dad, he found just a whole bunch of crap for his dad, a thing you could pop in the 8-track that would put a cassette in there, and it would play the cassette. So then we were set.
Tell you, man, this is the future. Just wait.
No, the Ford LTD had nothing but AM radio. So I was big on WYDE back in the day because it had a strong signal at night.
TC and John Ed.
Yeah.
That was that WSGN?
SGN, I think.
SGN. Yeah, I guess I had them too. Whatever had a strong signal at night that didn't power down, so I could listen to it riding around. Probably didn't have the radio on much when I had a girl in the car, but then just because I'm embarrassed. But then the Monte Carlo, you had to have the everything in my time. You didn't go with stock radio. You had to have the one you take out, put in, take out. Put in.
Yeah, I had that.
Yeah, I did too.
And did you have the rich friend that could pop the face of it out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what
So
was
it wouldn't
the
get
so
stolen?
Alpine and Pioneer were big, but then
Yep.
wasn't the Blau Punk or whatever? What was the name of the German radio?
I know what you're.
I guarantee in Farm Folio they're gonna
I remember
know
the
it.
Alpine and Pioneer. I do not remember.
We had we had to have an equalizer too. Like the stereo you bought wasn't good enough. You had to have an equalizer that had a bunch of lights moving around, which didn't do anything. I never believed it. My buddy Jimmy Stanbridge would he could put the brackets on the bottom to have your equalizer down there too. You know, so it's all on the dash.
Yeah, like you knew anything about what you were doing with those equalizers.
No, don't touch that. Don't touch that. I got to have the bass exactly
the
right.
days of driving around in a car where nobody could have a conversation because it was so loud.
Oh yeah. I mean, it moved in the back seat. You couldn't hear anybody in the front
I had
seat.
a buddy that eliminated his back seat and put in the big subwoofer speakers. You remember when that was the big rage to have all the bass booming?
We were driving home from Troy last week, and there's a boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I know.
How is that entertaining?
I have never
for you
understood
being a
that.
driver?
Yeah. Never understood that.
When you can hear it at the stoplight right beside you.
Yeah, and you can hear his doors rattling.
The
You
license
should-
plates go boom.
No, I saw it up close and personal last week. I made the mistake of touching the Miracle Strip in Panama City.
Ooh.
And boy, it's loud.
Yeah.
Bunch of racket.
That was after the firefights.
That's when the gunfire had settled.
There it is.
What do you have?
Blau Punk.
Blau Punk.
Scott Forrester remembers the crutch-filled catalog. You'd flip through it and like, yeah, that's what I want.
It was a fun time back then.
Rockford Fosgate. I remember that one too.
We have a conversation about some old T-shirts going on in our EAW drive-in this morning. If you want to go check that out on our Facebook and our social media platforms there, including Facebook. And remember to go like us over on Facebook and follow us there as well. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. When we come back, Wimp Sanderson joins us. We're 143 days away from the week 0.
I meant to tell you, we got to pick. Wimp wants us to pick 6 golfers.
We can do that in commercial.
Let's think
radio.
about that. Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not like we're not in 7 office pools. We've been doing it. We've been doing it pre-show already anyway.
Here's one of our DraftKings.
Yeah. So, and by the way, coming up on the show, not only just Wimp Sanderson, but Charlie Potter. Charlie Potter is with us at 10 a.m. We'll talk Alabama camp and Agiye Hall and all of that. Todd Fuhrman late if you want to know who to bet in the Masters tomorrow. And also, baseball starts tomorrow, and Fuhrman will give us some win totals and things to look out for. All that coming up on the show. That's brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Hey, if you got a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle, shotgun you do not use anymore, Nichols Outfitters might be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago, and you still have the old one. Don't hang on to it and let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to the team at Nichols about what you could get for your firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. The Coach is next.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Wimp Sanderson in just a second as we talk a lot of basketball with him. And I'll tell you, Wimp's going to tell us how right he is about the portal. Bruce Pearl brought it up yesterday again, and how Georgia lost 3 guys yesterday, and how LSU has 0 players on their roster right now. Our roster here at Next Round better than LSU's roster right now.
We could take them right now, I think.
We could take them right now. All that and reaction to what we saw this basketball season and wonderful television ratings with Wimp in a second. But part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Craneworks, who bring you Wimp all the time.
They do indeed. The RentalWorks division of Craneworks right there for you with all those DIY project tools that you need. Pressure washers, cement mixers, sod cutters, things you would never have around in your garage. They rent them to you at RentalWorks. Even bigger items like skid steer loaders, track loaders, all right there as part of Craneworks. Craneworks.com, under the big dog, just like everything else. It's RentalWorks. The coach is on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing okay, guys. I hear that Lance didn't make it.
Didn't make it where?
In the pick.
No, he didn't. He's got to travel.
First time since you've been on our show with us that he's a loser.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't ever expect him to lose at all, but never know about this basketball. You know, I had 6 teams in the going to the NCAA tournament after a great year, according to all the people that broadcast on the SEC network, and every one of them played a double-digit seed team, but that doesn't always mean anything. A team that's not very good, supposedly, and only had one team get to the final 16. So when the NCAA tournament started, it certainly was not a very good NCAA tournament for the SEC, ACC, because of Duke and North Carolina doing so well, did probably as good as anybody. So,
and that was my problem, Wimp, as I went SEC heavy. I had Auburn, Tennessee, and Kentucky going to the Final Four.
Yeah. You listen to Jimmy Dykes too much.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, that really is my go-to.
Yeah. He'll wear you out about nothing.
Yeah, but
you're not a big Jimmy Dykes fan?
But you tell me. Did you think the SEC was going to be that bad, though, Wimp?
In the tournament?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I like Jimmy Dykes fine. I got no problem with Jimmy Dykes.
Hey, I will say he used to coach the Arkansas women's team. I went 4 for 4 in the women's bracket on my Final Four picks.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He
such a tough sport to predict, Wimp.
Yeah. Did he help you?
No.
Jimmy Dykes did not help Lance on that. Lance did that all by himself.
He got fired after no time.
I didn't know you did not like Jimmy Dykes.
I don't have anything against him. I just don't. I don't. I think you can over-explain to me and tell me how much basketball you know. And the little old lady sitting over there, the uncle sitting over there, doesn't understand what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, so a serious question here: does Bill Self wear a toupee?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't either. Somebody asked me at dinner last night at a restaurant. They were like, "I don't think he wears toupee," and I'm like, Dunaway's kind of the expert on this.
I think you're wrong on this one, Coach.
Well, it's there'll be after Kansas and LSU, there'll be no more probation.
Like ever in the history of
no, it'll be all legal. It'll be legal cheating.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get popped for something now, but you're right. Once all this is over.
Well, you have the problem that you have is, and you know, the NCAA people are trying to get to Congress. People in Congress no more understand basketball, football, or scholarship limitations, or this, or transfer portals than a goose. Yeah. They don't have any idea how to vote unless people give them some help. So I don't know how Congress is going to, you know, as Jim said on our show last time, I think, you know, you can't go against the law, and the law is that they can do what they wish in order to have a kind of football team they can have, and there's no doubt that Texas A&M has already done that. So.
Well, I will, as long as Rick Pitino is still coaching, though, I will say let's don't rush to judgment. There won't be something that can be created that he can break the rules up.
But he's been the slickest, successful, very good basketball coach to get by with all the things he's gotten by with. So.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the future of this NCAA tournament, though. The ratings were tremendous for this thing, and it does even. I mean, I thought the setting was good. The sight lines. You know, if you're in the upper deck, I don't understand how you watch a basketball game in the upper deck. We're never going to go back to playing this thing in a basketball arena on that stage. But with the way we're doing television now, every game is on. You can watch every game. It's changed a lot from when you started. Did you ever see it growing into what this has grown into? And is there any part of you that thinks we will change the number? We've gone 64 to 68. Do you think we'll ever go 68 to more teams?
I don't think so. I hope not. At one time, weren't we at 32?
Yeah, 32 and then 40.
UCLA won them all times.
32 and then 48, I believe.
I hope we don't. I don't want everybody to get in. I think 64 has been a workable number, and the excitement seems to still be there. I thought always the excitement was there for me all the time, of course. So I was around people that are excited about the Final 68 or Final 64, whatever you want to call them. But I think it'll stay as such because it's been very successful this year, and you've had some teams that are blue bloods that got all the way to the Final Four. You could start the tournament tonight, and you would not have the same Final Four when it was over with. It just wouldn't. Basketball is that way, and people don't seem to understand it. Kentucky blows out both North Carolina and Kansas in regular season games, and people called in, how did that happen? It happens because it's how you play that night.
That's right. I mean, you're right. I mean, if we started over again, I probably would still believe Kentucky would be in the Final Four if we started it all over again, 100%.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, is with us each week, and he joins us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of the RentalWorks division of CraneWorks, CraneWorks.com. Under that big dog, just like everything else with CraneWorks, find the RentalWorks division. Coach will tell you more about them in a moment. I do want to ask you, a lot of people are picking Arkansas as a top 5 team. Jeff Goodman had them number 1 overall next year. Do you think the Hogs are the team to beat next season in the SEC?
Oh, I think it's he's doing that based on the 3 or 4 5 stars.
He's recruited well. There's no doubt.
Yeah. I've seen 5 stars turn into 2 stars myself. So you never know. I think on paper, as far as having a good recruiting year and people coming in that excite you, that they'll certainly be in contention to be the best team in the SEC and a good team nationally. But just because you're good throughout the season, all you have to do is, hey, y'all, one bump and you're out. One bump, one mistake, one night that you don't shoot it well, one night somebody matches up against you and they're better than you are, you lose out. So it's hard to predict. You do that because you're a writer and you like to write things that people like to read. But I would say I would doubt that they're going to win the national championship next year with young kids. I would doubt that.
We know your disdain for NIL, but have you sat back and thought about it if it was Wimp Sanderson 30 years ago and you were building a roster and you had these funds? Is there a way to go about that? Have you thought about like kind of a map on how you would bring kids in and how you would get them paid and how you funnel that money in?
Oh, sure. I'd try to get lumps to help. But I've never understood. I worked in the Coach Bryant era, and football was smothered us, as you know. And that was the reason I'm so proud of what we were able to do. It smothered us. I had a lot of alums that helped me with the Enos Watleys and the Buck Johnsons and people like that. They went out to see them, and they helped me. Would I do it like that? Yes. I would get if I was going against Gene Bartow, who had the name and I didn't, and we had that legally, because Sonny would get the Auburn people. They loved Auburn people. How much they would give. But I would go to the key ones that helped me recruit all these guys, the Reginald Kings, when I was recruiting T.R. Dunn for the other coach. And Reginald King, you guys are too young to remember those guys.
No, I remember Reggie King and T.R. Dunn.
But anyway, I would do it like that. I would have it organized, and I would do everything I could to legally get them whatever they needed to stay with, because I know the other teams would too. And I would be organized, and I'd do a good job of it, because recruiting is the lifeblood of everything. Now, you can get great players, and some nights those guys don't play well, and you get beat, and you're one and done, and you're pretty much flustered with your deal. But the biggest problem I have with NILs and transfers, just to put it where you can understand it, I see so many kids now that are not going to have a scholarship at all. They put their name in the transfer portal. Nobody took them, and they can't go back to where they were. And there's hundreds of those kids that are not going to have a scholarship at all. That bothers me to some extent if it had been mine. And the other factor is I'm afraid that we're not going to look at high school potential players that are really potentially have a chance to be good players because all of our coaches on the transfer portal all the time. Those two things bug me. I'm not.
No. You're right though. I mean, LSU changes coaches and they have 0 players on their roster right now.
Yeah. Well, they got got 4 coming in from Murray.
Right.
And so Murray is going to be watered down from a 24 or 34 wins there. So I just don't know how it's going to work with the two major sports of basketball and football. I just don't have any idea exactly how that's going. I had hoped, y'all, that would help baseball. That baseball guys could really get guys in baseball some money that are not. It's ridiculous to have 11 scholarships in baseball and all the money that we have.
And you have to split it up and all that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I just think it's so unfair to those kids. That I've got, some kinfolks, grandkid son is a good pitcher. So it bothers me to see that. Now, I had hoped it would help baseball, Lance. I'm not sure that it has. I'm not sure that the baseball people are willing to, to get it going.
Can Justin Thomas win the Masters?
He can, if he putts well. He was helped in school a little bit by Tiger before Tiger decided he was going to play. Then he quit schooling him. He quit talking to him about the different.
So JT was working with Tiger on how to
for
play
what I
Augusta
gather,
and putting. Okay.
Yeah, for what I gather, he schooled him some on some of it, and then he decided when he thought he could play, he decided he would quit that. I think he can. It's going to be interesting to see. I think the biggest problem for Tiger will be the second day. I think you're fortunate that you start off in the mornings and go to the afternoons, rather than start off in the afternoons and go to the mornings.
Right, so we can get up and have some treatment in the morning and sort of work into the afternoon tee time on round 2.
I think that you play bad after your morning session and you don't have everything the way you want it. You hit some balls before you go back to your place, and you're rested that way, and then you're ready to go early the next morning. I think the other way is not as good. I think the wetter the ground is, the harder it is to walk. I think his biggest problem will be the second day. As to how he feels on the second day, I'm just guessing. I don't know any of that. I try to look at it and study it a little bit. Anybody can win it. There's going to be a cut. They're going to cut 50, I believe. I believe they're going to have either going to have 40 or 50 left. There are going to be 90 that play.
Right.
And they're going to have the cut. It's either where they're going to have 40 left or 50 left. I'm not sure.
45 in ties, right? Something like
I'm
that?
Not sure. Yeah, it's something like that, yeah. So it should be terrific. I would say, yes, JT has a good chance to anybody else to, you have to know the course. The course is like, here's what it's like if you can visualize this. Taking a marble and rolling it across a glass top. If you took a marble and rolled it across a glass top, you couldn't hardly stop it. And when you get above the hole there, if they've got it the way they want it, you got to toe putt it, or you got bad problems. You got to be very, very careful that your club doesn't carry you above the hole, that you're better off being below the holes. And those are big things to think about.
All right, so you would like for us to pick 6 and you take the field? Is that what you want?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You just want to go, we'll just go in order?
Fire away. Who do you guys want?
Go ahead, Brown.
John Rahm. We got to take him.
Yeah, let me go first. I'll take John Rahm.
All right, John Rahm. I would like Xander Schauffele, Lance. You okay with that?
I am fine with that, Brown. I'll take Scheffler. I mean, everybody's going to take him.
Number 1 in the world,
Yeah. I will roll back around, and I'll roll the dice on JT. I'll take Justin Thomas.
I don't blame you.
I will take Dustin Johnson.
Ooh, DJ
Johnson.
He's playing good.
I know. He's one there. Fits him well.
I will take Morikawa.
All right. Colin Morikawa.
There's our 6.
That's our 6. So we've got John Rahm, Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, JT, DJ, and Colin Morikawa. You like your side or our side?
I like my side better.
Yeah, I think I do too. All right, that's the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He joins us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works, Coach.
Well, I do, and David's done a good job up there, and Crane Works is a great outfit, and if you get on craneworks.com, you can find out everything that you need to know about Crane Works. I got up there the other day and named all the machines, and I was very good at it.
You were fantastic.
Yes, that was excellent, I thought. So whether you have a at-home project coming up or a corporate construction job you need to check out, the Rental Works division of Crane Works is the place to go and the thing to do, and you can check out those machines that I named, and you'll be very impressed.
That's right.
That's it.
Craneworks.com.
Talk to you guys next week. Thanks.
We'll do it. Thank you, Wimp. Love you.
All right. I love y'all. Bye.
Bye-bye. That's the coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
That's such easy money for him every time.
Yeah. First off, Brown took a shot at either my picks, your picks, or our picks.
It's got nothing to do with the picks, Jim. It's the fact that we're picking 6 and he's getting the field. I always want the field.
But truthfully, which one of my picks did you not like, Justin?
Actually, the pick I liked the least was Lance's Colin Morikawa.
Well, I almost went Cameron Smith.
I wish you had.
Well,
it's all right.
That's what Kerry says, Cameron Smith. The other thing I want to bring up real quick is the enigma. Is that the right word I'm looking for?
Well, I don't know. Finish the sentence.
That Wimp Sanderson is. Didn't he just yell at me last week for insinuating that he paid players?
I can't remember.
No, he's back and forth on that all the time.
And
that's been years. He admitted to us on terrestrial radio 5 years ago that they used to pay players.
Yeah. And he got mad at me, and I said, you've told us before that there were certain players that you arranged some funds for. I did not.
I'll never forget Sonny Smith told me that Alex Dillard was too expensive.
Yeah. I mean,
he can make it for the Hogs nose. I think it's worth every dime.
Yeah. So I just every week it's like a roll the dice. Did you or didn't you?
Look, I think they need to get together and just write a tell-all book.
I would love to read that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm still watching Winning Time. I think I'm the only one that didn't give up because it does have a huge cheese factor. But I love the time of 1979, 1980, 81 in sports where you were still creating things, changing the way sports was going to be, the financials of it all.
Wasn't politically correct.
It just was a crazy thing of creating something. And, you know, back then in college athletics, when there was this, amateurism, nobody's making anything, we're sending kids to college, but everybody was doing this over here and nobody was looking over here, or they tried to pretend they were.
It is weird how things have flipped.
I like it now where hey, everybody's got collectives and whatever.
You were talking about, you know, if we stick with Winning Time, about how the creation is coming up of the Lakers girls.
Yeah, they just did episode 5.
And how that worked. It's going to be sooner than later, there will be no Lakers girls. And it will be Lakers guys. If you're going to have Lakers girls, you got to have Lakers guys. But it's weird how we draw lines back then where we could exploit women, but we couldn't pay players. But now we can smoke weed on the street and we can pay players, but you can't have Laker girls.
See, I disagree with you on the whole Lakers. I think if you had Lakers guys, eventually we would have Lakers girls. I think there is a double standard there. The Lakers girls, I don't think there'll ever be pressure to allow men to do it. I don't think there will.
No, but I think if somebody said, hey, I want to be a Laker guy, then you have to open that door.
I mean, if he can make the team, you got to open the door.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that we're there.
But would you be surprised at all if they say, you know what, we're going to do away with cheerleaders? We're exploiting these women.
What if I told you already there has been a Laker guy and nobody knew it? What if I told
I'm sure there's probably, somebody that's...
Oh, I'm sure it'll happen.
Bruno was a cheerleader for Alabama for a day, wasn't he?
For a minute, yeah.
What if I told you?
We've got a swimmer that just won the NCAA championship, right?
It's a dude.
Yeah, it was a dude.
Yeah, won the women's championship.
What about our 30 for 30? What if I told you about a young person named Paul Abdul?
Paul Abdul.
That's the other side of the story.
Yeah.
I like the way he worded that.
I'm not interested.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Johnston RV.
Do you want to love me forever?
Hey, opposites attracts.
Or are we just having fun?
Johnston RV Center can take you anywhere in America this spring and summer.
They can. Jimmy D, family owned and operated by the father and son, Rodney and Nick Johnston. Just a great group up there. 2 locations, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, I-65 exit 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all the new models and used models under 2 years old. You could always see more. JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's Johnston RVCenter.com.
Yeah, Nick makes a great point. Right now on the court, the Laker girls are -3.5 against the actual Laker guys tonight.
I'm not surprised. I mean, that team is awful.
Quick break here. When we come back, LT will talk a little bit about the disappointment that are the LA Lakers and some other stuff as we move forward throughout the day. The show being brought to you by our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. The World Games are coming to Birmingham, and we get to watch a lot of interesting, cool sports at several venues here in town.
Look, if you're a vodka drinker, why not support local? It is a great product, locally owned and operated. Their aim to clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Vermont vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont vodka.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order Butterburger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the next round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
What's the difference between 1.5 and 1.6?
One.
Would be my question. We roll on. We'll get to college football and Charlie Potter at the top of the hour. Little Alabama football, changing roster, what they're doing, spring games. Auburn is got their A-Day game coming up this Saturday. By the way, from camp yesterday, a lot of love going on down there for improving in the trenches, especially on the offensive line. Still talking about that. We'll get to more of that coming up. But another practice today, one Friday, and then A-Day on Saturday for the Auburn Tigers. Part of our show being brought to you by Rockstars guy, Adam Mestre.
At MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you're using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Shane, one of the great folks watching us on Facebook, wants to say, hey, Lunsford, when will the store open on the app? I need one of those caps that LT has on.
He loves that, by the way.
Dunaway is full court press on this store.
Well, I did meet some people at the beach last week, and they were asking me because me and Little Man were wearing merch. And they were like, where do we get the merch?
Right.
And I said, it's online right now. And they popped it up, and they were
Just
like,
give him Lunsford's number.
They're like, no.
Text him any hour.
Not.
Coming soon, Shane. We're working the in-house distribution of that, and we'll get that out a little bit later on.
Don't worry, Dunaway's got the 40 minutes of hell going on Lunsford right now, so we'll have it soon.
Little supply chain problem going on right now, Shane. JM Dog in the chat room. Officially no playoff for the sorry Lakers. And then others go on like Smuff. Lakers destroyed themselves when they went with La GM, who is washed up, and LeBron. Is there a scenario where you think the Lakers organization should ever miss the playoffs?
When you have more than half of the league making the playoffs, hell no. I mean, that's impossible. And you think about the players that you've got, they had the second shortest odds to win the NBA championship. I didn't think they were going to be that good. I thought it was an over-the-hill roster. But when you assemble what you assembled, it's enough veterans that you've got to be able to win, 45-plus games.
But in a 20-year period, though, if they made it 19 out of 20 years, you would say, yeah, that's acceptable, right?
Yeah, 1 year. You'd give them 1 year, and they've had massive injuries.
Big injuries, just a weird year.
Well, they had a lot of injuries this year. I mean, Anthony Davis missed basically half the season. But it's still not an excuse because when you look at – so their big three, LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook, they played 21 games together. They were 11-10 in those 21 games.
It's not as if when they were together they were killing it.
It's really not an excuse. And there's 17 games under 500.
I mean, it takes a lot to miss the playoffs. Zach makes a great point. Remember, people actually argued LeBron is the GOAT. I mean, when you start having a season like this or some of these games at the end of his career, it hurts. It hurts your discussion if you're a LeBron person trying to compare him to Michael Jordan. There's no doubt about it, right?
Well, I mean, LeBron is still your second leading scorer in the NBA. And during this terrible 7-game losing stretch to end the season, I mean, their percentages of making the play-in last week were high. It was almost like it was impossible for them not to make it. Then they lose 7 consecutive games. Well, those 7 consecutive games, he's led the league in scoring.
Michael Jordan in a G League team, I felt like he would get them in the playoffs.
You would think, man. I mean, it's just a weird – the Russell Westbrook thing was a disaster. Anthony Davis can't stay healthy.
Yeah. I will tell you this, though.
But this is one of the biggest disappointments in the history of sports, the Lakers not making the playoffs.
But in this period of time, there is no city sports franchises who are better off than in Los Angeles. Even with the Lakers down where they are, look at where the Dodgers and the Rams are. They're world champions. They have culture. They have rosters that they're built for success for the next few years. And if you, of your three favorite teams in LA, if you could pick right now the one that you care least about and don't mind losing, it's the Lakers.
Oh, the Lakers. I mean,
your world is pretty good.
This sounds weird, and I think people probably will question my fandom forever. But I can't tell you how much I love this Lakers organization up until the last couple of years. Well, and I just can't stand the makeup of this roster. I'm glad they didn't make the postseason. I want them to completely tear this down and build it back up.
Start over.
And that's what you're going to have to do. And it's going to start with the front office, too.
But you know that there was a time with my Buccaneers that I was not happy with our quarterback choice.
Yeah.
And I was ready for a change, and I didn't mind them losing to get to a change.
But here's the problem. You talk about Los Angeles, and look, there's a buzz about the Rams now, obviously. The pecking order, though, in Los Angeles, it's Lakers, Dodgers, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
But, you've got Lincoln Riley now. The Dodgers and the Rams are really hot. The Clippers are always going to be the Clippers, as good as that roster was last year. But the Lakers, they'll bounce back. It's a great organization, one of the great organizations of sports. But to be 31-48 and to miss the postseason entirely is completely ridiculous.
It'll never happen, but if I was the Clippers owner, I'd move to Las Vegas. I'd be the new team in Vegas if I was the Clippers owner.
To be that.
That's what I would do, and change the name and burn the jerseys and change everything.
Completely bury Clippers, yep.
Alabama football, Charlie Potter coming up on the other side. Our show today being brought to you in part by our friends at the Legion FC as you get ready for soccer tomorrow night in Tuscaloosa as the Legion FC play in the U.S. Open Cup against the Southern States FC team. So that happens tomorrow night. You can get tickets at bhmlegion.com if you're in the Tuscaloosa area, want to watch a little pro soccer in the first round of the U.S. Open Cup. Then Sunday back at Protective, 4 p.m. afternoon game against Hartford. Sunday afternoon, a good day to enjoy soccer in the Magic City with the BHM Legion, bhmlegion.com, Legion FC. Check them out on social media and get your tickets starting at $7. Protective Stadium, 4 o'clock Sunday, bhmlegion.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast's premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, and Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Right, some interesting Alabama football stuff with Charlie Potter this week, and we'll talk to him in just a second. And later this hour, $25,000 hamburger baseball this year. We'll talk about, yes, Rockstar. I said $25,000.
Gone down.
We'll talk about that. You want inflation? That's inflation right there. All that's still to come. But first, as we get ready to talk a little Alabama football, let's talk about Alabama's other fast sport. That's racing, coming this month to Talladega.
Yeah, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com to find out all the info on the Geico 500. Green flag drops at 2 o'clock Sunday, April 24th, and you can be there. Make sure you enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience. It is the most immersive in NASCAR. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. 877-GO-TO-DEGA to buy tickets or find out more about the Talladega Superspeedway and the Geico 500 Sunday, April 24th. Charlie Potter with us, Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Charlie? How are you today?
I'm great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming back on. The Agiye Hall roller coaster yesterday was quite interesting. You were the first to report that he was not on the roster and that there was a reason why, according to your sources. At least on Twitter, Agiye seems surprised by that report. Where does it stand right now?
Yeah, there's situations like this that pop up all the time where somebody's, not on the roster, and sometimes it's a mistake. There's plenty of players they have to plug in and place on there, and you always want to make sure nowadays that it wasn't a mistake, because I believe it was the last time I remember it was Skylar DeLong, for me at least, to notice that someone wasn't on the roster, to kind of report it. And I think it was maybe a couple hours later they threw him back on there. It turns out Skylar DeLong ended up transferring from Alabama. But there's several instances of this. I think Markel Benton's another one, the former linebacker. So I noticed he wasn't on there, and then did my due diligence, made sure it wasn't a mistake, and then threw it out and kind of blew up on the internet. And I've seen other people report other things, and we've only said that he's been removed from the roster, knowing that we're going to hear from Nick Saban later this afternoon after today's practice. there's no reason to speculate anything else with a guy like this that's just been up and down, like you said, throughout his career. And I don't think anybody's really surprised to see his name removed from the roster. I don't think anybody's really surprised to see Agiye's reaction on social media. It's just kind of been, what's been expected up to this point from all that he's posted on Twitter and things like that. So we'll see what happens. I think the writing's kind of on the wall there, but like I said, with this roster situation, things can change. But as of now, he was taken off the roster, and once it was made public, it wasn't a situation where UA scrambled and put him back on there. So we'll hear from Nick Saban later this afternoon, and he'll probably give an update. I don't know if it'll be a definitive one, but we'll see how this thing kind of transpires.
Hey, Charlie, sticking with wide receiver, I don't think anybody expects him to be Jameson Williams from 2021, but Jermaine Burton transferring over from Georgia. Do you just assume he is going to be the number one going into fall?
It's hard not to. I think if Ja'Cory Brooks was healthy this spring and able to go through practice, that competition for the number one receiver would be maybe a little more interesting. I still think Ja'Cory's a starter come the season, just because he's someone that stepped up when John Mechie and Jameson Williams were out for various reasons this past season. You saw it happen in the second half of the Auburn game when Jameson Williams was out with targeting, and then when John Mechie went down with his injury in the SEC championship game, Ja'Cory stepped into the starting role there as well. So I think that's probably his top competition. I maybe would mention Trayshawn Holden too. He's maybe not brought up enough just because he hasn't done a ton, but he's the most experienced receiver on Alabama's roster in terms of years in Tuscaloosa, and he has a pretty good rapport with Bryce Young. Just look at last year's A-Day game where I think he led the team in targets and had 14, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it's a situation where Jermaine Burton's come in and really impressed. Everybody's had nothing but good things to say about him. And you don't really bring a guy in that was a starter at Georgia to not start on a team that's kind of wide receiver deficient in terms of experience. So I think at the very least he's a first-teamer, but I agree. I think he'll probably be the number one receiver. I think he came to Tuscaloosa to see those targets and those receptions, the yards, everything increase and try to get in that first round like so many others.
Charlie Potter, Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Before we move on from receiver, when you put that story out there yesterday and we talked about it on the show, people were flooding us with the name Aaron Anderson. Is that a name you've heard a lot of, and is that a type of guy that potentially could make you forget about somebody that would depart at the wide receiver spot?
Yeah, I think both of the young guys have impressed, Aaron Anderson and Kendrick Law, but it sounds like Aaron Anderson had a pretty good scrimmage. They've been they've really kept us out. We haven't been to practice since the preseason last year. Of course, reporters aren't allowed to go to the scrimmage, but they put out about a minute and a half video clip of the highlights from the scrimmage, which is appreciated. And one of the biggest things that stood out to me is just Aaron Anderson and his ability. I think he's a guy that could certainly see an opportunity in the slot. I think JoJo Earl has also had a good spring, so the competition there will be intriguing to watch over the course of the spring and the summer and into fall camp. But yeah, I think he's someone that we've been high on at BOL. Aaron Anderson is. Our publisher Tim Watts may be the first person to be on him, and he's saying his praises throughout the recruiting process. But it's a situation where, again, it's an inexperienced group. There's not a ton of just first team reps among the players that are on campus now. So losing someone potentially is never ideal after losing 3 starters and a guy like Javon Baker who's in that same boat. But to see some of these newcomers come in and immediately impress, I think is a little bit reassuring if you're Nick Saban and Alabama, just because you're going to need them to contribute, but they're also pushing the guys that are coming back, guys like a JoJo Earl, a Christian Leary. And then when you hear from Nick Saban after the scrimmage, he mentions Aaron Anderson right after Jermaine Burton. I don't think that's a mistake or anything. I think that's indicative of what he's been able to do this spring and in the scrimmage. And then he follows that up by mentioning other guys in the slot. So I think there's really good competition there, and a big reason for that is the way that the freshmen come in and kind of impress so far.
Press 4 if you want more Charlie Potter on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, Bama Online. And if I asked you The Alabama back end of the defense, the secondary, they bring in a big portal guy from LSU. You have some talent back. A couple of big throws, Charlie, in that national championship game that Stetson Bennett was able to drop in a small window that ended up being the difference in that contest. Where are you on the Alabama secondary? How do you think it's going to look, and how does that grade out in your mind?
Yeah, I think it has potential. You have a lot back at the safety position with Jordan Battle, DeMarco Helms, Brian Branch, Malachi Moore. Those last two guys playing primarily in the slot, but corner is going to be pretty fascinating to see how it plays out. You have both guys that were in that national championship game, but were newcomers, and Kool-Aid McKinstry and Kyrie Jackson. And Kool-Aid in that national championship game, I think that was his 5th or 6th start of the season, just because of the injuries to the other guys, Josh Jobe and Jalen Armour-Davis. So I would almost pencil him in just because of the way he played last season and the experience he gained. And I know Eli Ricks coming in it's another situation, just like Jermaine Burton, just like Jermaine Gibbs. I don't think he was brought in to be a depth guy. He's probably going to be a starter, but he's been in a black jersey. He didn't do, he played in a black jersey in the scrimmage, and I think this week he's kind of gotten out of it a little bit. But Kyrie Jackson is the guy that started the national championship game, and that was his first career start. I thought he did a decent job, but that inexperience kind of showed. So that battle kind of opposite Kool-Aid. And then I think it's worth mentioning the guy like Terry Arnold, who's done some good things this spring. So corner, there's competition there. And if they can solidify that spot opposite Kool-Aid, and Kool-Aid can maybe take that next step from year 1 to year 2, I think the secondary can be improved. Jordan Battle's been a leader, and he's talked about improving his coverage skills. They got a couple of headhunters back there, and Helms and Branch. So if the corner spot can, one, stay healthy, which is an issue that they had last year and weren't able to do, and those guys can progress, I think the secondary can be strong. And if it is, given what they have, on the edge and inside and on the defensive line, this defense could be, like Will Anderson said, even better this year.
Fidari Mathis was a guy we brought up a couple of days ago, how underrated his play was last year, his leadership. Is there a guy that will step in and replace him?
From a leadership standpoint, it's something that DJ Dell's been doing that. So far, the leadership council sounds pretty small. There's 5 players on it, and 4 of those guys are defensive players, and 4 are guys that were on the leadership council last year. But DJ Dell's the new addition, and he's played a ton of football, started games as a true freshman. The problem with him is just staying healthy. It sounds like he is, and he's been doing well. They have the potential to be able to start 3 seniors up front on the defensive line with Dale and Byron Young and Justin Aboybe. I think that can maybe make up for some of what Fidarian Mathis brought to the table. But, Phil's also, he was a great guy to cover because of his character, his personality. And I think that kind of the hype he brought to his teammates, the way that he was able to motivate them, not only by the way he played, but just, the attitude he brought each and every day to the practice field, into the games and stuff like that. That's going to need to be replaced, and that's kind of hard to do. But from an interior pass rush standpoint, that's also going to be an area where they're going to have some guys step up, and that's outside of the 3 seniors that are already named. You're going to need guys like Tim Smith to take that next step into year 3. Some of these young players like Jamil Burrows, some of the freshmen, Jaheim Otis, the big guy that's done some good things with his body in terms of getting into shape. Tim Keenum. You mentioned the guys that have done well in the scrimmage and really impressed. He's a young guy that did so. So they're going to need some big guys up front to be able to provide that interior pass rush. And then I don't know if you have another Phil just in terms of his personality and the persona that he brought to the room, but you can have some guys step up and be a voice and be a leader in that room, and it sounds like some of those guys are already doing that.
All right, you can go read Charlie's stuff there at Bama Online. We suggest you also follow him at Charlie_Potter. I never know when I'm being punked or not, so I'm just going to do this. I could end up looking like an idiot. But one of our listeners wants us to ask you about a rumor about Bryce Young transferring to USC. Is that rumor really out there, Charlie? Is that a message board rumor?
No, I think that's one of those dumb April Fool's Day stories, which are the worst.
Yeah, I agree completely. That's the worst kind of humor is April Fool's Day humor.
And well, the thing is, it's sites that I'm using air quotes here cover the team and puts that out there, and then you guys know the people on Facebook are going to believe some stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't know how many times that was brought to our message board, people freaking out. It's just like, look at the calendar, take a step back from the phone, take a deep breath, and realize how dumb that is.
Damn Russian bots.
Exactly.
Russian hackers. Hate those people.
All right. So Charlie says back down. Back down to DEFCON 5 on Bryce Young.
Hey, Charlie, I'm praying for you today. If you ask the Agiye Hall question, I'm praying it doesn't end up being you guys right there. We'll tell you when people are not on the roster.
But please ask it. Please ask it.
Coach, he's literally not on the roster.
With that, that's one of those situations where he might address it in the opening. So hopefully that'll be the case. But I don't think he'll blow up on something like that because, again, it's one of those where you've been bitten so many times before by the roster and the changes they've made, but you were sitting here 24 hours later and he's still not on there, and UA isn't really batting an eye on that. So I think he'll have something ready.
Well, ask Saban if he knows what FS means.
Speaking of Facebook.
I'm not a very loud speaker, so he has a hard time already hearing me, and I can already imagine just the face he would make if I asked that question because he would have no idea what I was talking about.
Coach Agiye Hall said FS. Can you break that one down for us?
Well, if it has to do with Saban, it can be bad.
I know what the F is.
He looks over at Max and he says, "What's he asking? I can't hear him."
Yeah, he might tap a hole in that podium up there if that question's there.
All right, so there you go. Charlie Potter. Go follow him on Twitter at Charlie_Potter. Read him at 24/7 Sports Bama Online. Charlie, thank you so much for the time, man. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. Charlie with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
You're going to hear from Lincoln Riley in just a second in this segment. I'm going to tell you about storm restoration roofing, but first, just show me the screenshot, Rockstar, up here. I thought this was Lincoln Riley after practice. Can you show me the screenshot up on the air, Forrester? I thought this was Lincoln Riley after practice, just swinging by the SID's office at USC, Brownie.
Looks like he's in the copier room.
And just stopping by, hey, I've got the Zoom call at post-practice set up, Coach. Just sit down at my desk.
There's one thing that jumps out to me.
But that's his wife. That's him and his wife and his family's picture over there. Is this Lincoln Riley's office at USC?
Could be.
You tell me that who made the comment about nobody understands Southern football west of Texas?
Kenny Dillingham.
At Oregon?
I know what this is. I guarantee you it's a temp until they build out his new office.
So they're building a totally new office.
You saw his house. There's no way that's going to be his office. The thing that jumps out to me is...
I mean, Josh Maxson doesn't hang his coats in an office that bad, and he's the media guy in the Alabama football building.
The picture over his left shoulder that is touching the window.
Picture over his left shoulder touching the window. Okay, that is a scoreboard.
That was Rick Neuheisel's last game as UCLA's coach.
50 to something?
50 to nothing.
50 to nothing.
He wasn't even the coach then. Why's he got to hang in there?
Probably just want to remind recruits. This is where it's going to be again.
Yeah. Well, in this ratty office, it's probably covering a hole in the wall.
I'll never forget. Hey, that game was 43-0. They ran a play-action pass late in the fourth quarter to get that 50th point.
Was Pete Carroll coaching then?
Pete Carroll was, yeah.
So he was...
He's running it up.
Boot on neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what a ratty office.
Well, I thought Lance was going to...
That's a temp.
I thought Lance was going to point out the Broyles Award plaque, which is the biggest thing in the office.
Well, he didn't know where else to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just leaned against a wall.
Well, he couldn't put it near the window because it's bigger than the window.
I mean, I saw the same thing. Like, Rockstar had this up in our preview screen because I guess you're about to play it.
Yeah.
And I noticed that, too. I was like, man, that is a tiny office for a major college head coach.
Well, really, I thought he stopped off at, whoever Josh Maxson is at USC, who doesn't have as good an office as Maxson, and was just going to do post-game there and then move on. But that's a that's a number two. That's an outhouse of an office.
Well,
there.
did Alex Grinch win the Broyles?
That's got
Riley.
It's got
Riley's name on it. I see his name on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's got and it's got Les Lincoln and his family in the picture to the left there.
Yeah.
Lincoln, his wife, 2 kids.
Now, Lance is right. Maybe they're building a big football facility, and this is just the office he's got to hang in, or they're renovating it, or he saw Clay Helton's office, he's like, that ain't going to cut it.
Yeah, we got to change the vibe in here, man.
We're going to need a whole other office.
I mean, the late Blaze had a better office than that over
he did.
Over at Cumulus.
He did. I mean, that office doesn't make it in the Blue Lake Center. I'm sorry.
Half the salespeople are sitting on a ratty couch over there just spreading rumors.
Unbelievable right there. All right. Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, another stormy day here. Threat of severe weather. If your roof or any damage happens to your house, Greg from Pell City wants you to remember his name, his number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. If you need that number ever, hit us up on social media or call us up. We'll pass it along to you. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. When there's a storm that blows through, there's a lot of fly-by-night operations going to come in and try to do work in your neighborhood. Stay with a guy who's locally owned, 20 years. He and his wife own the company, A+ rated, Better Business Bureau, Storm Restoration Roofing. They work great with your insurance companies. In fact, when you got storm damage, he'll come out, take pictures, put together a portfolio that you can give to your insurance company, and they'll make sure you're getting all the benefits you need. They've got warranties. They'll give you a free no-cost inspection on your roof during normal times, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook, Storm Restoration Roofing. All that said about Lincoln Riley's office, I love this soundbite. He's got a stud of a player in Todd Fuhrman on the defensive line out there. Was rated by some the best recruit in college football. And he was asked about, blending his roster together of some transfers and 5-star recruits and how he has to work with the 5-star recruits and potential NFL stars of the future. And Lincoln Riley doesn't have a reputation. You'll give me this. He doesn't have a reputation of being a hard-nosed coach. If you divided up like Nick Saban on one side of the line and Lincoln Riley, you would say he's a player's
coach.
Right.
And look, and I think USC, that's one of the things they look for. They want to recreate that charisma that Pete Carroll had.
That's right. But listen to this soundbite, and he's got a little bit more bite to him than his public perception. Lincoln Riley on 5-star recruits in the USC program.
Like the thing that both players like that and the people on the outside need to realize is like that means nothing when you get to college. That means absolutely nothing. Like I think there's like this perception out here that guys are highly ranked coming out of high school, and it comes to this point. It's like, well, if I just don't mess it up, then I'm gonna like all of a sudden be a good NFL player. I've got this great NFL career in front of me, or I've got this and that. Like if you get some nice accolades as a high school player, that means you did a good job as a high school player. Like, congrats, that's over. Like you get to college, it's all about you got nothing. Like it's like this notion I'm defending something like I already have. No, you don't have anything. You've got a shot just like everybody else has here. That's it.
I love that soundbite.
No, it's a good soundbite.
And that Lincoln Riley right there, who is a player's coach and a player's market at USC, but with that kind of attitude, because he's going to recruit a lot of 5-star guys, and he's got a handful of them already. That Lincoln Riley there looked very comfortable in that job.
Well, look, that's what they need, because back to it, Clay Helton was a player's coach too.
Yeah. Yep.
But a little too soft on the players. You got to have a little bit of edge. Pete Carroll had a little bit of edge.
He did.
I mean, again, people will forget that Pete Carroll, the reason they won championships is they had a lot of skill and a lot of sizzle. Those defenses were hard-nosed. Those defenses were giving up less than 14 points per game. One of the reasons Alex Grinch is there. But, yeah, I love it too.
Yeah, they had thunder and lightning. They had some thunder too. That wasn't just a Hollywood-type football team when Pete Carroll was there. It was blood and guts too.
Have you guys seen come in as true freshmen that you're like, that guy is NFL ready? Like Julio Jones was a guy that was NFL ready.
Trent Richardson. First time I ever saw Trent Richardson, I was like, that dude could be playing in the NFL today.
Yeah, right. He had the body type.
That was all body. I mean, he was not a good NFL player.
And that's
obviously.
most of it. Look, you've got a skill set. You physically,
but you're
built
right with
for
Julio. Julio, who's been a really good NFL player, looked day one like he could have been in the league.
But these other guys, man, I mean, that's one of the reasons that you can't go to the NFL for 3 years. You got to get ready.
Yeah, got to get ready, man. That soundbite with USC is the first time that I buy into Lincoln Riley, national championship coach at USC at some point. Not this year. At some point, Lincoln Riley will win a title at USC. All right. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. We were just talking mortgages back in the office before we rolled in here. A much better office than Lincoln Riley's, by the way, I'll tell you that. But when we came in here to our beautiful studio We were talking mortgages and how it's changing fast out there. You need professionals at Mortgage Right. You even called them yesterday.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with our friend Tanner. Look, Mortgage Right, they put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Landing mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Hey, it's Jim Denaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including four-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and seven-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Our friends at Odie's getting you ready for another night of trivia downtown. LT's about to tell you about that, but Masters start tomorrow. If I asked you which conference, before you tell me about Odie's, let's make this our Odie's trivia question of the day. Which Power 5 conference has the most players in this year's Masters? Brown.
I would definitely go SEC on that one. Big 12. I would go SEC 1. Do you have all of them?
Saturday Down South has a cool graphic.
Yeah, I'd go SEC 1. Georgia's got a ton. Alabama's got I'd go SEC 1. I'm inclined to go Pac-12 2.
I was going to go Pac-12 2.
Big 12 3. ACC 4, Big 10 5.
You got 1 and 5 correctly. The SEC has 12.
Mm-hmm.
The ACC has 9. The Big 12 has 8. The Pac-12 has 7. The Big 10 has 4.
That's not surprising with the Big 10. And
what is the golf school in the Big 10? Northwestern?
Northwestern has been good. Ohio State's got a history. Jack Nicklaus played at Ohio State, obviously. You just don't get a whole lot out of the Big 10 because of the weather. I mean, it's tough up there on those guys.
Can't play year-round.
You cannot. Pac-12, obviously, Arizona State has done a lot. Stanford has been really good. SEC, Georgia has filled the PGA Tour, though they've never won a national championship. Alabama's been good of late. Auburn's had a couple guys. ACC, Florida State has done well. Daniel Berger, Brooks Koepka from Florida State. Wake Forest has a good history. Webb Simpson in the field from Wake Forest. So it's interesting.
Yeah. So that's the SEC Power. There's the graphic we're talking about from our friends at Saturday Down South right there on the little scores board. 12 from the SEC as the Masters goes tomorrow. Justin Thomas's tee time tomorrow. He goes off at 9:45 a.m. A little distraction ahead of him.
Would you take the SEC?
Tigre?
The Tiger in 9:34.
Would you take the SEC or the field?
I would take the field.
John Rahm is Pac-12. So that's your favorite. You'd lose your favorite if you took the SEC.
Wait, so where did he play?
Arizona State.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he
Fear
just
the Fork.
I thought he just grew up playing international golf.
Dustin Johnson played Coastal Carolina or some random joint like that. College of Charleston, something like that.
Hey, if you're looking,
was that a state bet?
What?
Did I just take the field and you got the SEC for a stake? So
No,
okay.
I just asked you if you would. Rocky, it's Wednesday night. That means
that would be trivia, Lance.
Odie's team trivia every single Wednesday night. All these guys filled in last week. It will be me, Will Haver, and Rockstar tonight. Come out and see us. Get there a little early. We'll start up about 8 o'clock, but enjoy some of that food from Rodney Davis, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets, full of the Bud Light. But every Wednesday, it's Odie's Team Trivia. Come join us tonight, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Actually, taking the SEC, if you just look at favorites, would not help you a ton. You got Justin Thomas, but you got to go pretty deep just to get. I mean, Jordan Spieth, you would still have to count as the Big 12 because Texas was Big 12 then.
You don't have to get in one of those things that Wimp can't name and backfill a hole. I knew what I was saying when I took not the SEC there. I guarantee you, if I'd have said the SEC, LT would have threw a stake out like that. He knew enough to go.
Me though,
okay,
Brown,
we'll go stake.
Outside
you have the
of
SEC.
JT, give me 2 more guys in the SEC that can win this thing.
I'll just go with your odds, unless I'm missing somebody. And
your dream
potentially
said it was Kisner.
Huh?
Didn't you have a dream that said Kisner won?
I don't remember that dream. I did dream this week that I played Augusta. You know how you have those dreams that you're like, boy, I hope that is. Yeah, I had a dream that it was shortly after the tournament. I've got a good friend that is playing Augusta 2 weeks after the tournament. He is so fired up. He's going to get it in pretty close to tournament conditions. And I had the dream that I was doing that.
Yeah, I thought you told me last week you had a dream that was weird and that Kisner won the Masters.
No, I don't
so
remember
much so
that.
I almost put him in one of my office pools.
Kisner's a Georgia guy. If I am not mistaken, at first glance, the next, after Justin Thomas, the next best odds from the SEC to win it would be Sam Burns.
Wow.
He's a rookie, though.
Yep, Sam Burns from LSU.
How do you feel about those rookies?
I'm not big at Augusta.
Last one to win?
Fuzzy Zeller, I think, is the only one to win.
1979.
Yeah.
Woo. Masters goes tomorrow. We'll be doing Masters updates throughout the show, as well as if you want to keep watching us and put the Masters on another TV or just roll audio with us, and we'll keep you updated on the leaderboard throughout. Before Rockstar tells us what he's watching, everyone, it seemed, was watching the NCAA tournament. Forget the national championship game or the North Carolina Duke game. The tournament itself averaged 10.7 million viewers start to finish. The national championship game virtually kept the same number as the North Carolina Duke semifinal, which surprises me. North Carolina Duke semifinal, 18.5 million. National championship game, 18.1 million, which is great numbers for TBS. Most watched NCAA tournament game on cable ever, 2015 Kentucky-Wisconsin game, which was 22.6 million.
That was my big whiskey play.
I remember
that. Little man had red pants on for that one. And then Wisconsin could not close the deal because of Grayson Allen in that second half.
Yep. So that's that is the viewing that you enjoyed during March Madness. What Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, you can always go online. Go to danielmooreart.com or call 800-735-2787. Rockstar, before you get to it, the only thing I couldn't stand is every time I would turn my team back on, or the TV back on, Impractical Jokers would be on.
Mm-hmm.
I told you guys I do not like that. If we did a poll question, do you think the majority of people find them funny or not funny?
Your brother finds them funny.
Loves it.
Yep.
I can't stand it. Do you guys like it?
I don't like it.
I've never really watched it. I'm like you. The only thing I see on it is when it's the NCAA tournament. I've had it on. I turned the TV back on, and I quickly changed the channel. They laugh a lot.
They laugh too much.
And I love to laugh.
Laughter.
I love to laugh. Yeah.
You what?
It says a lot of forced laughter. A lot.
I don't like the awkward situations of.
I don't mind the awkward situation.
Yeah.
But I just don't think it's funny. And they obviously have got a lot invested in those guys.
Oh, they kill it.
You know what I've learned about Jim is he does not like awkward silence.
Yeah, I do not. I do not.
Does not like awkward silence.
Yeah, which helps you guys a lot for a 4-hour show.
No,
well, it's good seeing you again, man. Thanks for coming by. But by the way, how old is your son? For the viewing menu, I'm not going to do any TV shows. I'm on a mailing list, a Pearl Jam mailing list, and they announced that they're doing this Bourbon and Beyond. Scott is going to pull the picture. This music festival in Louisville, Kentucky is incredible. The lineup they have. Pearl Jam's on Saturday night, but just take
I love Brandy Carlisle's
she's
headlining.
Yeah.
Friday, Kings of Leon. You got Jack White, Alanis Morissette, St. Paul and the Broken Bones, The
my
Revivalists,
God.
Greta Van Fleet, Crowded House. Love me some Crowded House. Chris Stapleton, the Doobie Brothers for Lance. It's just incredible how much
Shovels and Rope. I
how
like
much
them.
great bands they have.
Stapleton, man, that is really.
Yeah.
Where is that?
It's in Louisville, Kentucky, September 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th. It's 4 nights.
What's the days again?
September 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th, 2022.
I missed September. That's out for me because it's football season.
I know. I would love to go to that, but that is football season. Yeah.
Yeah.
And where is that?
It's in Louisville, Kentucky.
Now
I'm busy reading names, man.
Is Pearl Jam in it, Rockstar?
Yeah, my God. But I just saw that announcement. I was like, my God, Robert Randolph band and the Drive-By Truckers.
Do you know anything about where they do it in Louisville? Because I was just up there the other day.
It's Jack White's festival. He's the one that does. Of course, he's headlining Thursday night to open the venue. But I saw this yesterday. It was incredible.
Louisville downtown has a really cool entertainment district. It's a street that they block off. But they couldn't do it there. I mean, those are too big of names for just an entertainment district. It's got to be in some sort of.
It says Highland Festival grounds at St. Expo Center.
Okay, I don't know where that is.
Damn, that's a lot of music.
It is.
I would have thought maybe like City Stages, some of it downtown, but the big names at the Yum Center, the KFC Yum Center, but maybe not.
Got Need to Breathe for Dunaway.
I love Need to Breathe.
I do too.
I mean, it looks like there's something for everybody.
It looks like you're going to have those multiple stages, Rockstar. If you like this, go here, go there.
Yeah.
Interesting, Jason Isbell's one night, Drive-By Truckers another night. Probably not the same night. Probably
they don't get along
Battle
anymore?
of the Bands, probably. I don't know. That's what Rockstar is viewing there, Bourbon and Beyond. Aaron Suttles will be introducing the bands.
Yes, I did catch. Yeah, he's got the bands and the bourbon. I did catch the end of that. You've told us about it a couple times, that documentary on the lady that changed her voice. that
the
scammed,
dropout.
that scammed all those people.
No, yeah, I watched it last night.
Elizabeth Holmes.
It's so weird that you were watching
Yeah.
too. I caught like maybe the last hour of it. It was fascinating.
Yeah, I watched the first one. I thought it was really good.
She's incredible. This whole story of her, she was obsessed with Steve Jobs, so she starts wearing black to everything.
Yep.
Like,
I just
turtlenecks.
can't believe how smart that girl was.
Yeah, she didn't achieve her goal though.
She did not.
I'm an ideas guy.
But I will tell you though, I mean, she's a go-getter.
She sold it. She sold it hard. Yeah, it was
Got
fascinating.
Warren Buffett to buy in.
Theranos is the name of the company, I think it was.
All right, so that is what Rockstar is watching and what Brown and LT streamed at the same time last night, brought to you by our friends at New Life. Coming up, we'll show you what one baseball fan base, if they choose, can pay for a hamburger coming up. We've also got the Braves' new uniforms coming off their World Championship, a specialty jersey they have out. All that coming up in our next segment. 143 days away from week 0. Did you see at Georgia camp yesterday? Kirby Smart, who you thought was going to have to sort of downplay Stetson Bennett and maybe massage the other two quarterbacks to keep them there. He went all in on Stetson yesterday, saying the best football, he's playing the best football since he's been here, Stetson Bennett.
I know the fans want to talk about a change, but if you are Kirby Smart, you just can't even address a change publicly. I mean, this guy just led you to a national championship. Yeah.
But how do you keep the other guys happy? There had been reports throughout that maybe Carson Beck was pushing him, and that leaves another big quarterback in Brock Vandergriff, is I guess who's in the transfer bubble. I mean, do you expect all three of those guys to be with Georgia all season long?
It's impossible. You're lucky to be able to keep two elite quarterbacks, and I consider Stetson borderline elite. I would say this, and I'm just guessing. Stetson's numbers last year would be almost comparable with what you had with Danny Werfel back in the mid-'90s. Is that fair?
And considered to be an unbelievable college quarterback.
He's one of the best college quarterbacks I've ever seen with the accuracy, the touch, everything. And I don't know this. I could be completely wrong. I'm just guessing because today the numbers are so extraordinary in today's offenses. But if we pulled Danny Werfel's numbers from 1995, I bet they're close.
Okay, we'll do that in the commercial break and talk about it on the other side. And right now I want to remind you, you're looking for a great workout. LT would tell you as well that these boxing workouts are unbelievable. Our friends at Champions Boxing have opened up this week right there in Pelham behind the Purple Onion at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31. It is Champions Boxing. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing. They'll help you reach your fitness goals. And this is it's a fitness gym using boxing. This is not a fight club, so you're not going to go in there and drag Dunaway into the ring and beat him up really bad and bounce around like you just beat up Average Joe back in the day. This is a chance to get a great workout from ages 7 and up. 7 and up. Here's how you can contact them to get more information. 205-358-8176. 205-358-8176, or you can just stop by and check out the facilities there. It's great mental and physical training. It trains your mind, trains your body. Again, ages 7 and up. You have USA Boxing certified trainers, certified gym instructors that are there. It keeps you active. They keep you moving. Again, not a fight club. You can also look them up on Facebook. You just want to see some pictures and stuff. Just go to Champions Boxing AL. Champions Boxing AL right there in North Shelby County in Pelham. Very convenient. Get a good workout in, throw some gloves on, hit that heavy bag, and enjoy life with our friends at Champions Boxing. Back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, I liked it, dog. Just missing a little something. I got an opinion about everything.
I know you do. I 100% knew you would.
The biggest upset is I read it.
I wrote a column for our friends at Barrett Sports Media about.
Well, you didn't tell us. Why did you tell us?
I know you didn't read it.
Yeah.
I wrote it. It's about Lunsford and him looking at the analytics of our show and how important that is. And of course, I'm getting a breakdown, but I got an A from Dunaway, which I think even Maggie would tell you.
Yeah.
That's an accomplishment.
I mean, there was a lot of icing. I just wanted a little bit more cake there at the end. A little bit more
I
cake there at the end.
I don't claim to be a writer.
Yeah, just a little bit more at the end there.
Yeah, Dunaway can't even really tell me what he wanted at the end. He just said he wanted something more at the end.
Well, I don't necessarily have to tell me actual numbers, but I wanted a little something that if I was reading it to take away going, I could do this. I could do that. Something to inspire me maybe. I loved everything up to that point, though.
It was uninspiring, Brown, but it was an A.
But an A.
A lot of icing.
I somehow threaded that
Isn't it
needle.
weird, though?
Beautiful
as a kid,
car, no engine.
Didn't you guys like the icing a lot more, and now you like the cake a lot more?
It depends on the icing.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Also
I mean,
depends on
red
the cake.
velvet does the
cream cheese icing?
makes the red velvet
Yes, it
cake,
does.
but
Oh,
I
cake-
still like the cake more than
I want a
you know.
little
carrot
icing,
cake.
though.
Carrot cake is all about the icing.
It 100%
Oh,
is.
that icing.
Yep.
But you got to have a little bit of icing with the cake, even if you like the cake.
No, I agree,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm
You
just
can't
saying
go all
if I
icing.
could only have one or the other, I'm going to
Like
take
there
the
is
cake.
a place very close to us that makes a dynamic strawberry cake,
Yeah, it does.
and that is one where I don't know what's better, the icing or the cake. That's about a tie on that one.
It's sometimes too much icing, though.
I agree, but boy, if you get the right combo,
Our former coworker, and this is going to be blasphemous, I know, to some people, but our former coworker Jessica makes a better strawberry cake than that one.
And you told her, he said, I hope this doesn't offend you, but your cake is better than blank.
that place.
That doesn't offend me at all.
And she was like, "How can that possibly offend me?" They're known for their strawberry cake, and I tried that cake. And I think you're right.
Did she bring it up here?
Yeah, not
No,
up here.
not up here,
Okay.
but she
brought
made
it to our former
There
place.
was like slices of strawberries in there, man.
Yeah,
she used real. Well, I mean, I'm sure the other place were real
Nope,
strawberries.
she didn't use compost.
There was
She
no
used
compost.
strawberries.
There
Now,
was no
did
compost.
she take a picture while she was making the cake?
Got to do those legs, man.
1,000%.
Got to recover them legs.
If Forrester were good, he'd pull up Jessica just for our audience right now to know.
She's on the
You
commercial
can.
breaks every now and then.
I think Wednesdays are leg days.
You can understand why I was trying to bounce around and saying how much I enjoyed your cake. And I was just wanting to make sure we were talking about the same thing. It was very interesting. Part of our show being brought to you. Well, I'm hungry now for some reason. I want some great barbecue from our friends right there just off of the I-65 Oak Mountain exit. Tell us about one of the great barbecue places that have just popped up.
Yeah, Creekside Barbecue. You need to go visit Oak Mountain. It's centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs. If you had to go one of the three, Brown, Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, or Memphis-kissed ribs.
Today?
Yeah.
I think I would probably, in this order, go Alabama chicken, I go Memphis ribs, Alabama chicken, Carolina pork, in that order.
Guess what? You can have all three
I
today.
can have all three. I don't have to make the choice.
Now, I have yet to go there, maybe for lunch today. Do they have on the menu where I can get all three on one plate, like a sampling?
Now you're asking me something I don't know, but I guarantee you can get them all three. I don't know if there is a specific plate for that.
For
but
you,
I've
Jim,
been
yes.
multiple times. It is fantastic. They've also got the chef-inspired sides. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Brown, you can pull that menu.
I'm
Creekside.
pulling it right now.
/BBQ.com. You can come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking that creek with several TVs, incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, see them, tell them the next round sent you, or again, online, Creekside/BBQ.com.
Dunaway, they've got a 3-meat combo plate served with 2 sides.
There you go.
And their freaking sides, smoked cheese grits. I got to try that. Corn casserole.
Yep.
No, they've got the potato salad with the feta cheese.
Yeah, feta potato salad.
Oh, that's incredible.
Crap.
Yeah. Again, the name?
Creekside Barbecue.
Creekside Barbecue.
I think I'm going tomorrow after the show.
All right.
Yep.
All right. There is an organization that's got a $25,000 hamburger. Am I right about that price, Forrester? Is it 25? No, it's not 25,000. Is it a $25 hamburger? Did I misread that?
Well, that's still
it's 250.
151 is what you're saying? Yeah. 151, close to 25,000.
Okay. Oh,
Jesus, how did you swing and miss that?
I
bad?
promise you, I swear I saw
Don't know
somewhere.
there's a lot of icing on that.
Do
Not a lot of cake.
Do we have a picture of this wonderful hamburger at all? There you go. This is the hamburger.
What is the green shit on it?
That's going to be
your money.
Spinach, lettuce.
May as well be.
That ain't spinach. That's too fluorescent. It's almost like wasabi in a burrito,
Yeah,
like
I
a
mean,
burrito wrapped wasabi or something.
This is a joke. First of all,
You can't eat that.
the bread to meat is so way off on this. It's ridiculous. Second of all, I am anti any sandwich or burger that I can't fit in my mouth if I squeeze it good. Like, I don't want to have to eat it with a knife or fork. I don't want the crap falling apart and getting all over me. This is a no-go right here.
All right. It is for $151. You get a. Now wait a second. Let me read this again. For a whopping $25,000, this is where I got it. For a whopping $25,000, fans can buy the burger with a limited edition World Series ring.
Well, if you're a complete sucker, you can go do that. Yeah.
Get the ring, hold the burger. Get the burger, hold the ring.
Yeah.
For $151, you also get a replica World Series ring with your order.
Okay.
So for $25,000, you can get the legit thing. For $151, you get a replica ring to go with that burger.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have what all's on this burger?
I can't even. It looks like there's a full chicken patty on it, or is that a piece of bacon?
Well, it's burger and cheese at the bottom. Then that looks like chicken. I don't know what that next level is.
Well, there's an egg on the top, and it's
there's a
almost
fried egg,
it's almost like the blood tomato underneath.
Yeah, it looks awful.
I do not have the details on what's on it. I'm looking here.
Well, it's flanked by asparagus and a red pepper.
Okay, here we go. I got it.
Got it.
Half-pound Wagyu beef burger topped with cage-free pan-fried eggs.
All right.
Gold leaf wrap Hudson Valley foie gras.
All right, I'm out.
Grilled cold water lobster tail.
I mean, come on. Yeah. What are you doing?
Heirloom tomato.
That's ridiculous.
Bib lettuce. Tillamook cheddar cheese.
I do like Tillamook.
Truffle aioli on a toasted.
Aioli should.
Hey, what are you doing here?
on a toasted Irish buttered brioche bun.
Yeah, that's a bunch of crap.
Yep. You also get some waffle fries with
God,
that.
I wish you were my server to explain. Hey, sir, what is on the burger tonight? My name is Jim, and I'm going to take care of you. Jim, can you tell me exactly what this $151 burger consists of?
Oh, that's $25,000.
Well, yes, sir, I can. It will flow right off the tongue.
Yeah.
We got some aioli.
They won't sell one of those.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Some idiot will buy it.
You're telling me that the Braves fan base that enjoys Waffle House won't pay $151 for a burger?
I will tell you, and this is a bad admission, but I was by myself at the beach on Sunday night, and I went to dinner, and I felt guilty. I ordered a $26 burger from this one joint, and it was Wagyu, and it wasn't good.
Yeah.
And so Lady Bird got the 3/4 of it.
Got 3/4.
3/4? You can only eat a quarter of it?
It wasn't good.
A dog lives a good life.
Cutie with a booty.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap getting you ready for home selling season. If you're selling at home, put some gutters on there and up that price a little bit.
Yeah, call our friend Chris Stewart. C-Stew's been doing this forever. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. One of the things you never want to do is get the dangerous ladder out. Get on the roof. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. 45% off the retail price right now for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
And don't forget that when you're at the pool, beach, or lake this year, our friends at Bud Light have what's next when it comes to beer taste. It's crisp, it's light-bodied, it's 0 carbs and 80 calories. It's this right here. It is Bud Light Next. Go check it out wherever you buy beer right now. Our friends at Bud Light.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed.
Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa, so that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, we're to the Champy's Fried Chicken, world famous fried chicken segment of the show. Champy's world famous fried chicken, right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open today, open right now. For lunch and dinner, they'll cater your parties, your office meetings, whatever is going on, weddings, receptions, whatever. They'll do it all at Champy's world famous fried chicken. In fact, Sterling is coming up tomorrow bringing us lunch, and I just remembered I was supposed to send him y'all's order by 11 o'clock. So, Sterling, if you're watching, I forgot to do that. I'll pull the menu out, and we'll get everybody's order coming up here soon. But Champy's world famous fried chicken, if you're in the area ever, it's Highway 119 in Alabaster. Check them out online, champyschicken.com. On demand for you, nextroundlive.com. Some basketball from Bruce Pearl yesterday. Nate Oates back on Friday on the future of their two programs at Auburn and Alabama. Henry To'oto'o as well, the Alabama linebacker, on his role in the camp with the Crimson Tide. Earlier, Charlie Potter with us and Wimp Sanderson, all that podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Let's do the headlines this hour. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and everybody behind the glass, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford. Headlines brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
Yeah, if you're in the car buying or selling market, again, you got to go see Drew Shields, that incredible showroom located 2630 Pelham Parkway right there on Highway 31. I'm in a 2021 Ford Bronco. Everybody wants one of these. It's only got 1,300 miles on it. You can have the one that I'm driving right now. Go to eawcars.net to check out their entire inventory or stop by and see them. But again, they're obsessed with making every client feel like a lifelong friend. The experience, it's second to none. And Exclusive Auto Wholesale makes it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view that inventory and get those great 5-star reviews, go to eawcars.net or just stop by and see them. Again, incredible showroom. You're going to be blown away. 2630 Pelham Parkway.
I tell you, I have friends that have gone by there. The thing that blows them away is the inventory. In this day and age where there's not a lot of inventory in a lot of places, they're blown away at the amount of vehicles they have and the quality of vehicles they have. They're blown away by the inventory.
And again, if you're in the market and you're looking and you don't know, you know what you've got and they don't have it, he can find it.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable place right there, EAW. We appreciate them being with us. Before we do college football, this headline this morning and last night, as the story was breaking, from the Buffalo Bills, that Stephon Diggs has signed a contract that will secure him for the rest of his life. $21.5 million signing bonus, a $70 million guaranteed contract, and a contract that's totaled for $104 million.
How about the money being spent on receiver in that division with Tyreek Hill coming to Miami and Stephon Diggs in Buffalo?
You don't think Stephon and his agent went to Buffalo and said, all right.
Yep. Right there in our division.
This is a former 5th-round selection in Diggs.
He is so good, too.
And he's the difference. You talk about Josh Allen as an MVP candidate. He's one of the top 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. Really, when he came into his own was when Diggs came from Minnesota 2 years ago. And to have that deep threat. And Diggs is so good, and now he's making the money that Tyreek Hill's making, and Devontae Adams obviously got a huge raise in the offseason with the Las Vegas Raiders. I can't even imagine what Cooper Kupp's going to get after next season.
I saw an article yesterday that was from, and I can't remember who the writer was, but it's up in New England, saying it is taboo to criticize Bill Belichick for anything, but if you want to criticize him for anything, it's their drafting and development of wide receivers. They've never done it well. And it was highlighting the fact that Diggs was about to get this contract, that the speculation was, and that Tyreek Hill was now at Miami, and the Dolphins had just traded them Devontae Parker, and they're basically like, by trading for Devontae Parker, they've already admitted they screwed up on the N'Keal Harry, that he's not working.
Okay, but I'll say early on, you look at guys like Deion Branch, that came out of nowhere. He was a Super Bowl MVP. You look at Julian Edelman, a guy that was a quarterback at Kent State. He was a Super Bowl MVP. They took what they had to work with. I mean, the only elite receiver they ever had was Randy Moss,
who they went out and got. They
now,
didn't draft
N'Keal
or
Harry
develop.
was a guy that I thought would pan out, but it's not like they've drafted great receivers.
They drafted Gronk?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, they drafted Gronk.
He's tight end position, but for what he was able to do, though, he's a Hall of Fame pass catcher.
But their point was what you just said, the guys they've drafted. I mean, who have they drafted? You're right. They have taken some guys that they drafted, and they've made them into good receivers. The elite receivers, take away tight end, elite receivers they've had under Belichick. Randy Moss.
The list can stop there. What I'd like to see
the point of the article
is, so did it list in the article how many receivers they've drafted in the first and second round?
I didn't read it that deep.
See, I wonder how many first and second round guys they've drafted.
They usually don't. They usually don't even draft sometimes in the first round. They'll trade down. The draft coming up later on this month. Can't wait for that to happen. That's your NFL story there. By the way, speaking of draft, Todd McShay pays a compliment to Jameson Williams of Alabama.
Oh, yeah?
He says there's only one player in this draft that can approach what you get with Tyreek Hill. He says it's Jameson Williams of Alabama.
He's got the speed that Hill has.
Yeah, be interesting to see what happens with Jameson Williams. If you love Tyreek Hill, coming off that injury, do you gamble, and where do you gamble on Jameson Williams if he's still got all of that speed?
How do you figure that out? Because to me, and I saw Mel's top 5 receivers in this draft, and he thinks it's going to be 6 selected in the first round. And the record was back in 2004 with 7 receivers taken in that draft, and the first was Larry Fitzgerald. That worked out for the Cardinals.
Forever.
The 2 best receivers, in my opinion, in this draft are Drake London, just the consistency, and he was a one-man show at USC with not great quarterback play, and Jameson Williams, just from where he started last year against Miami to where he ended before the injury in Georgia, and just how he progressed as a receiver. There wasn't a weakness in his game.
Nope.
But those 2 guys are both coming off massive injuries, and it's hard to figure out, are they 100%? If they're 100%, both of those guys to me are can't miss.
Very few people are better at getting inside medical reports than the National Football League. They'll figure it out a little bit. All right, before we talk college football, Brownie wants to talk about our friends at Wayne's. I will tell you this as Brownie gets ready to tell you about a Barefoot Good Summer Lawn, that when it comes to pest control, mosquito control, I mean, we're to that point now where you got to worry about those skeeters in the backyard. Nobody gets rid of those things better than our friends at Wayne's.
It is who we trust on this show. They are the exclusive provider of our lawn care and our termite and pest control. It is Wayne's, and right now you can get that Barefoot Good Summer Lawn. Just imagine for a second.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes. Can you see it? Can you see it? Now imagine your lawn is green.
No.
That was the line, right?
No, I was reacting that it was green. I wasn't saying it was a bad line.
Okay.
No, that was a little. There was somebody that wasn't Matt McConaughey in there though.
I'm sorry.
trying to see who that was.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll try it again. Can you see it? Can you see it? Now, imagine your lawn's green. Because he gets choked up when he says it right there, right? But he has to do that.
No.
Hey, anyway, imagine, if you will, for a second, you already had Wayne's treating your lawn and you're getting all this rain and it's just making that lawn greener and greener and greener. If you've missed out, you still got time to get in that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement and save with your first month free when you use the code TNR at 866-WAYNES1. That's for the next round. 866-WAYNES1. Use the code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place with that 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free with the code TNR, 866-WAYNES1.
What's she after making a year now?
$9
million.
Okay, give me a little of that. I got inside source that Williams will be 100%. I just got the text.
Oh, very good.
The Jameson's going to be 100% by what?
So these NFL teams can just pay me.
By the start of the season? By the start of the preseason? By the start of camp?
100%. I'll give you that in a minute.
Okay.
I mean, if he's going to be 100, if I'm getting Jameson Williams at 100%, where you're going to probably draft him as the back half, you're in a good situation already, even if you have to sacrifice next season.
I mean, Kansas City?
I think Kansas City's going to need now, though, because they lost Tyreek.
Like if I gave you a prediction that just blows your mind, what would it be worth stake bet wise?
Oh, wow.
I'm going to just, I will say it out loud, and we won't decide whether it's stake bet or not. And then
you want to give it to me, and I'll put a stake value on it.
Everyone, close your eyes.
Everybody, close it now. Can you see it, Rockstar?
It's like nap time.
By the way, back to Wayne's real quick. I was trying to take a nap yesterday. I got awful sleep on Sunday night. No, I got to take that. Got awful sleep on Sunday night. Then Monday night, we're up late with the game. So I just wanted to squeeze 20 minutes is all I want.
Right.
Yesterday afternoon, I lay down because I can't get too much because it's in the afternoon. Doorbell rings. Ladybird goes nuts. Answer the door. It's a dude door to door asking me if I need bug service, pest control.
You're like,
I was like,
you're the only pest I need controlling, sir.
I got Wayne's.
We've got the goat, man.
May not start season, but second half, in the opinion. So you might get 8 or 9 games out of Jameson.
Yeah, I think that is I'm going to value this
4-1.
I was going to say 3-1 or 4-1. Yeah,
this is a 4-1. I will take 3-1 if this comes through right now. Sight unseen. We'll play sight unseen. 3-1 stakes. That's what the value Brown put it at it. We'll go stake bet on this.
So Jim gets.
Before I don't get to see it.
No, before you even see it, you got to trust Brown.
I think you'll take a 3-1 or 4-1 on this.
I will take 3-1.
I don't even know where he's getting this.
3-1.
Yeah, it's out there.
I'll do it.
It's out there. All right. 3-1 stake bet, unseen, first time ever. Should we just seal it in an envelope? Or do you want me to say it out loud?
Dunaway's going to Coachella.
I wish you'd do one of these a day.
Going to Coachella. How many times was Dunaway going to go to Bonnaroo?
Kanye ain't going, but Dunaway's going.
Bonnaroo or Coachella?
That was 2016. Yeah. That was my
He did go.
summer
What
festival.
was the music festival you did go to by yourself?
Where you pissed your pants?
Piedmont.
Yeah.
Music Midtown.
Yeah, you pissed your pants, right?
Yeah, I did. Don't like to talk about that publicly, Brown.
You couldn't get to the bathroom.
It was not an accident.
No, but
it was
will
a choice.
It was a rainstorm too, right?
It was a thunderstorm, and the killers were about to come. There was no way I was going to get back to row 6.
I'll side with you on this. I think there's nothing different about peeing in the ocean and pissing yourself when you're in the rain.
Yeah, you guys pee in the pool. I don't pee in the pool.
I do pee in the pool. How about I was watching a documentary several weeks ago. I don't know if I brought this up on the air or not. I was a documentary on this group that climbed Mount Everest, and you know how they stay at base camp right there, and dysentery broke out in base camp. Did I tell that story?
Oh, no.
All right, so dysentery breaks out in base camp, so they all get the runs, right?
Oh.
Well, this one guy, he's like, I can't.
Does it freeze before it comes out of your ass?
Listen, this guy goes, he goes, listen how miserable this sounds. This guy's like, I came this far. There is no turning back. So it hits him on his last leg all the way up to the summit of Everest, and he's just crapping himself.
Yeah, you got to at that point.
Going up Everest. But can you imagine? Because, you're in that big suit. There's no taking the suit off and go. I mean, you had no other choice. You either crapped yourself or...
Yeah.
So are you like a chocolate-covered egg when you get home and get undressed?
Frozen chocolate.
I mean, you have to. I mean, we're about to do the Indianapolis 500 in May. I mean, if you're leading the Indy 500 and there's 30 laps to go and you got to go, if you've got diarrhea, you're just going to go, right? You're not going to pit.
Smell.
You're not going to pit and give up the Indy 500.
Yeah,
but the Daytona 500.
So this guy just goes in his suit and keeps climbing to the top.
If for some reason Jim Dunaway's ever leading the Boston Marathon, and it hits me down that stretch or whatever, Independence Drive, whatever it's on, it's just going to happen.
He's going the wrong way.
But he gets to the top, and now he's got to come all the way back down with all that in his suit.
I don't even like it, and since we're not on terrestrial radio, I'll say this. I don't even like it occasionally if you don't get a really good wipe or if you use inferior toilet paper and then you're walking somewhere and you're like, I missed a little.
Yeah,
I don't even like that. I don't even like that feeling.
Who would say
I'll stay
like
in
that
until
feeling?
I'm clean?
Oh, I do too,
Yeah.
but sometimes.
But when's the last time you crapped your pants?
I don't think I've ever done it.
It's been in the Saban era.
Yeah, that was kind of last night for me.
Kind of last night.
Watching the Dropout.
No, fitting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Had a pre-drop.
I mean, it was. I thought it was good. I think it was that good, Lance.
Did it involve a passing of the gas and then a little snuck out on you?
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Little turtle head.
But no, I was trying to wait to go to the bathroom, and it just
Yeah. For me, I got hit. I left Friday afternoon after our show back at Jocks, and I was driving for Alabama, Tennessee, and I mean, I barely made it on the interstate heading up towards Chattanooga that way. Right when you barely get out of town, and I get hit with a stomach virus, and I start throwing up, and so I pull over.
Do you throw up out the window?
I pulled over the first couple of times. So I stop in Fort Payne, get a hotel room in Fort Payne, and I'm going to sleep there and either decide in the morning to drive back or drive on to Knoxville to do the big pregame show on CBS 42. So I wake up the next morning still not feeling great, but I'm going to go fight through it and go do my job because I like to work. So I start going forward.
Hashtag grind.
Start going forward, and I don't make it barely outside of Chattanooga in that little spot before you get to Ooltewah or whatever that town is.
Ooltewah.
Yeah, Ooltewah. And the stomach virus has gone the other way now, and I can't make it to an exit fast enough, and I can't control it, and it just comes out in the pants.
Oh,
man. Now, I've packed for an overnight stay in Knoxville.
Wasn't that the old Ram truck?
Yeah, absolutely. I sold that one.
This one's got a coffee stick. What the hell?
A coffee stick.
So then I pull off at a pilot, one of those pilots. And,
shout out Jimmy Haslam.
And I burned that joint to the ground.
And I took a pair of pants and shirt and underwear and everything out of the back. Did this walk inside?
Yeah.
Well, did you do the underwear rule? Did you buy something?
Packing up.
Yeah. Did you buy something?
No, you pay for the shower. I took a shower.
You took a shower in a truck stop?
But you didn't have flip-flops, did you?
No, I didn't. I went no flip-flops.
Dunaway.
But you had, Brown, I was covered in
vicious
stuff.
Did Brett let you borrow a towel?
No, you can buy a
Brown kept the car
towel.
running.
You can buy a towel.
Wait, did you have to sit there and wait for him to call your number?
No.
Shower number 7 is available. Shower number 7 is available.
Why is that guy backing into the shower?
Saturday morning, 7 o'clock. But I went in there, threw away the underwear, threw away everything.
Zach's right. Jim has told this story, but I don't think I've ever heard the part about you taking the shower at the pilot truck stop. I never knew that part.
That's why I was thankful it was a pilot. Absolutely. I had to. What was I going to do, Brown?
Did you pop somebody on the ass with your towel?
You can't at that point wipe up good enough to go spend the day in a college football setting.
No. But
I mean, you had to shower at that point.
Did you make the game?
Yeah, I made it in time for the opening of the show.
Did you feel fresh after that shower? I'm not a big community shower.
No.
I'm not a big community shower guy.
I'm not.
I'm the biggest community shower guy. Good conversation and cleanliness.
I remember our friend Marty Smith talking about taking a shower at Talladega and seeing the dude next to him had the 3 on his ass.
Yeah, those shower houses. Yeah. Hey, but like a pilot truck stop, is it an individual?
And Marty went, me too.
Is it an individual stall or is it just a big
Oh,
community?
it's individual stalls. Yeah.
Floor to ground? Walls?
I'm trying to remember.
Floor to ceiling walls?
You have your own individual drain, so there's no water coming under. I think it did go down to the floor. I really wasn't
So there
paying
is some
close
privacy.
attention.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was nobody tapping their foot underneath wanting to know if I want to come to the next stall, if that's what you're asking.
And you were offended by that, too.
Do you, like, when you're in that situation, do you, this is the weirdest thing, but, like, do you try to make as little of your foot touch the ground as possible?
I was on my toes?
You walk on your heels and your toes?
No, I don't have your calves.
No, the other day going to the bathroom so when you'd walk off the beach, it was so cold going in the ocean, and I tried that a couple of times. It was killing me
this time of year.
So I found one bathroom, and you would go, and it was wet around the toilet, so you're stepping in piss.
That's right.
And so I was trying to
it's awful.
dice around that.
I never go to the bathroom barefoot at the beach.
I can't
for
either,
that
man.
reason.
I got to go flip-flops.
I got to wear the
Here's
flops.
the problem.
Or you go in the pool.
I forgot my flip-flops.
Yep.
I packed everything but flip-flops. I
Oh,
always
you didn't have
forget one
flip-flops?
thing. I didn't have flip-flops.
Well, you can't go to Alvin's Island and get a pair of flip-flops?
I could have, but again, people were getting shot in Panama City, so...
It's too dangerous.
I'm not going for flip-flops.
How did this segment, when I had all these college football sound bites lined up, turn into me peeing and pooping myself?
Jimmy shit britches.
Yeah.
What? How did we start this?
I have no idea.
It was a bet, right?
It was the bet.
Oh,
You
I got
didn't
the
do
bet,
Yeah.
but
But
first-
talking about the guy going up Everest and crapping his pants.
But
Yeah.
first, tell us about our friends at NASCAR. We've gone so
sure-
deep into this, we got to do another sponsor.
I'm sure
They've got showers.
thrilled to be involved in this. Hey, NASCAR is coming back to Talladega Sunday, April 24th. The Geico 500, 2 o'clock Central Green Flag. Enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience. 877-GO to Dega, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That is 877-GO and the number 2 Dega, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
3-1 stakes. Give me the lights again. It's been so long, I forgot the lights there for us. So 3-1 stakes here. And Brown approved this.
Oh, so you hadn't even rolled out the bet yet.
Yeah,
No.
and you took it sight unseen.
Yeah.
Here we go. When Gonzaga wins their national championship in basketball, they'll be a Big East member, a member of the Big East Conference.
Gonzaga in Spokane, Washington, by the way, if you've lost track.
Did you dream this?
Yeah, why are you making this bet? That's why I put 3-1 on it, because it's crazy if you get it right.
When Gonzaga wins the basketball national championship, they'll be a Big East Conference member. They can't keep playing the way they're playing.
Yeah, but Big East?
There's no other school that will. There's no
Why
other
would the
conference
Pac-12 not take them?
because they don't play football.
Why don't you just take them in basketball?
Yeah.
No, they
I
won't
don't
do
think
that.
they'll do that.
They won't do that.
Not a big conference like
And
that.
the only place I could figure them out that would take them would be the Big East.
That's fine. I'll take it.
Okay, 3-1.
You'll easy win this.
When Gonzaga wins a basketball national championship, they'll
Let's
be
just
a Big East
Google
team.
Gonzaga to Big East and see what
Wait a
comes
minute.
up.
Wait a minute. So the
They'll
only
be
way
part of the
Lance
Big
can
East
win
Conference.
this is for them to win it and not be in the Big East. So if Gonzaga never wins one, this bet just gets wiped.
Yeah, it would be one of them we never wash.
All
But
right.
if they win next year,
Yeah.
obviously this isn't happening by next year.
Oh.
So they're literally a member of the West Coast Conference right now.
Here we go. Gonzaga and
So-called-
Dayton to
so-called because
Big
it's on the
East.
West Coast.
It's possible. This was
So you read this.
Yeah.
Okay. He's look at that way he's saying.
It's in the morning rounds.
Is it really?
No, it's not in the morning.
That way
rounds.
he's saying.
Hell, I wouldn't know.
A little backhanded slap there.
Another way he's saying, they just can't. They can't exist this way. And Lance, on one quick Google search, finds the article saying this.
Yeah, but there's still a long chance for them to make it out there.
Well, I'll tell you. You tell me if this is a credible writer. Joe Clark, the sports editor of the Xavier Newswire, so the student newspaper.
The old Xavier Newswire?
Yeah, 3-1. We'll see if it happens. I mean, if Gonzaga wins it this upcoming year, they're a betting favorite, then there's no way I win the state. All right, there we go. Trash is coming up. We'll get back to our college football stuff later on. Got really good stuff there. Our friends at Montevallo want to remind you, if you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is a great place to be. 75 majors, 21 NCAA Division II sports, and new buildings going up all the time, like multi-million-dollar theater department, business department, communications, great sports facilities, bass fishing, esports, cutting-edge stuff there at Montevallo. It's just a great place, great price point. 5 years now. They have not raised tuition, and that's not happening again next year. So join the folks that are calling Montevallo home. Find out why you belong right now. Schedule an in-person tour. Just find out more about the University of Montevallo. Go to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, we'll talk about some win totals. Not wind, but win, W-I-N, win totals with Major League Baseball with Todd Fuhrman coming up a little bit later on. I haven't really looked at them yet, but baseball starts tomorrow night. Reds and Braves on ESPN2 to start the season, and that long road to October starts tomorrow. So we'll talk to Fuhrman coming up at the top of the hour. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They give you Lance's lock every day. Now, Lance is going to send out the lock a little bit later on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. At @TheLanceTaylor. Gives you a free lock there every day if you want to go follow him at @TheLanceTaylor. It's a good way to get one free play every day. Lance'sLock.com to get all of his plays and how you can be part of the Lance's Lock family. Hemp Hill Services is a great sponsor of our show that'll take care of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Listen, we know you probably didn't wake up today needing a plumber or cooling or heating services, but when you do, remember the name Hemp Hill. Your neighbors have been remembering that name since 1954. The most trusted name in Birmingham when it comes to plumbing, cooling, and heating is Adam, Chad, and their team at Hemp Hill Services. They'll fix it right, and they'll do it at a fair price. Birmingham's trusted name. It's Hemp Hill Services. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Brown was pumped up that the very first Apple broadcast of their new Apple Major League Baseball TV package was going to include his Nationals.
Nationals Mets Friday night, that Apple TV. They're doing it every Friday night, or is it 12 Friday nights?
I think they have 2 games every Friday night.
Yeah, and the very first Friday night is going to be Mets Nationals this coming Friday.
And I think TBS has a Tuesday night game every Tuesday night.
You know,
Tuesday night baseball.
It's so weird having grown up in Alabama to say this, but I almost never think about going to TBS for baseball until the postseason.
Yep.
But, used to, that's where you watched all your baseball. When you grew up around here, the Braves are about all you got.
But you get a lot on ESPN.
Yeah.
You get a lot on FS1.
Yeah, like that Sunday afternoon TBS game that is the big national game. I never think to check that game.
And now Apple is bringing some in. That's why I'm actually thinking of maybe of not getting extra innings this year. I don't know how much my Tampa Bay Rays will be on. We've traded everybody, Austin Meadows to the Tigers.
Yeah, last year was the first year I didn't get it, and a lot of that had to do with the fact that we were getting up at 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning. That's not the case anymore. All right, so here we go. It is trash time. We do it every time right here, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. It always starts when Rockstar hits the big mucho macho button.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
Because I look good.
That is? You
I
look
smell good. I feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. there you are.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger is always better, and our friends at Mortgage Right have a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs, and you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or shorter loan term instead, and you can save bigger and better than you can with most mortgage options. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. That's NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
As you get to that first story, by the way, Derek Stingley Jr. coming off injury just ran a 4.3740 at the LSU Pro Day.
He's getting after it. Pretty good for a defensive back.
I talked to somebody that is involved in his camp yesterday, and they were hoping for a low 4.4, so I think they will take that.
Look at LT with all his NFL sources.
How about that?
You notice that?
You guys told me what Schefter's making.
So you're going to leave us and try to be an insider.
All I had to do was get on the phone and get some connections here. I literally did talk to one of his guys yesterday, though. I'll tell you guys that story in break because they were asking something about you, Brown. Hey, the owner of a forklift was found on Sunday night after a man was arrested and charged for stealing the machine and taking it on a joyride this past weekend. Now, deputies say they received a call about a man driving a tractor on Hardy Road and attempting to enter the main lanes of a tollway. Now, once deputies caught up with the man, they realized it was actually a forklift. Now, the man refused to stop. It reached speeds of about 18 miles per hour. After about a 20-minute slow speed chase, deputies said the man came to a stop. The man was taken into custody without incident after an investigation. It was determined the tractor had been stolen, shocker there, and since then the owner has been found. Suspect, who was identified as 38-year-old Justin Brown, was charged with evading. No injuries were reported in the chase.
Brown, what would Wimp call that?
Oh, that's a golf cart of the future. You can lift your bags and your balls and your partners, and you can do all that with them lifts up in the front. Hey, how rough do you think the ride was at 18 miles an hour in that thing? You think you
felt like you're going 70.
You think you felt every bump? Jeez.
Have you guys been to Yellowstone?
Never.
Well, right now you can get an annual pass for $1,500.
Wow. Oh, what a deal.
But guess what?
What?
It won't work until 2172.
So it's an investment is what that is.
It's a $1,500 donation, part of a fundraising effort in honor of the park's 150th birthday. Do the quick math. 2022, 2172, 150.
150.
Now, the park hopes that the tickets, dubbed the Inheritance Passes, will be used by the donors' descendants. Yellowstone Forever, the park's fundraising arm, will use the money to support park projects such as trail improvements, education, native fish conservation, and scientific studies. Now, according to Lisa Diekman, the president and CEO of Yellowstone Forever, quote, it's our way of celebrating 150 years of Yellowstone National Park and helping preserve the park for the next 150 years.
Would you be upset if all three of us got you that for your birthday?
Yes.
We all chipped in?
I'm telling you that if that's the way the buffaloes look in the future, we have done something wrong.
They're not eating enough, are
No.
they? Yeah, that was a little skinny.
Plus, they are connected at the ass.
He's got Scarlett O'Hara's waist.
That's two buffaloes that are coming out of each other.
There's a calf, too. You can't see it.
Yeah, right. I can see it. Now close your eyes.
One of our listeners submitted this one. He said, if this is not in trash, then trash is just, it's a hoax.
Wow. Well, it is kind of a hoax.
Oh, I've seen this story.
A send-off for a slain Maryland rapper is going viral because of the way the man's body was apparently displayed.
Oh God.
This isn't the one I saw.
We do have footage here.
Oh, my goodness. There's no way.
Oh, yeah. This is him.
That's not really a body.
Oh, yeah.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Got a crown
So
on.
Markel Morrow, who rapped under the name Gunu, died last month after he was found shot in the District Heights parking lot. He was taken to an area hospital where he later died. On Sunday, the rapper's friends and family gathered at Bliss, a D.C. nightclub, to honor his memory at $40 a pop, according to Hot 97. Now, video of the event shows Morrow's
Radio push.
embalmed body propped up on stage wearing designer clothes and a crown. The reaction was strong enough that the nightclub posted an apology on social media on Monday, saying it was contacted by a local funeral home for a celebration of a rapper's life, but they had no idea this would transpire. That's really his body, though.
We were not
After
on,
a
We
month.
had no idea it was going to be a problem.
we were not on video at the time. But do you remember?
He looked better than Rockstar's Made, by the way.
I knew it was
you
coming.
knew it. Open casket. We were not on video at the time. But I don't know if you guys remember the story we did on the guy that died and he loved playing NBA 2K on Xbox.
No, I remember that. Yes.
Remember it? So it was so unintentionally funny. But he is set up at the funeral, and he's holding the controller, and he's in his Celtics gear. He's a big Celtics fan.
In his recliner, I think.
He's in his recliner at the funeral, and they've got it. I think
There it
Rockstar's got
is.
it right here. Rockstar, can you find video? The video has got the most unintentionally funny part. I don't know if you. Oh no! That second picture. See if you can pull it up. All right, so the guy, he's just sitting there playing. All right, so he's playing the video game.
They've got signage above him.
Yeah, they do. But what you can't see is on the screen.
He's got Cookie Crisp under him.
What you can't see is on the screen. The Celtics are down 99-0.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Because
he's not playing well.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead under the controller with the game.
Come on, Joe, hit the circle.
He actually looks really relaxed, though.
Yeah, it's a comfortable chair.
The Celtics can't even get the ball inbounded.
I mean, we all believe that once you're dead, your soul's somewhere else. This is just the vessel that's left behind.
He's got his Doritos.
Got his Doritos and everything.
He didn't live to see that Doritos was going to be jobbing us by taking a couple of those triangles out of the bag.
I'll never forget that, though. They've got video of it somewhere. The Celtics are down 99-0.
I mean,
it's
Joe
hilarious.
Diffie wanted to be propped up next to the jukebox, didn't
That's
he?
right.
Yeah.
Hey, drivers could face a major fine or even be sent to jail as a consequence of eating too much chocolate during Easter. Now, according to a driving expert, eating too much chocolate could mean you may be a risk on the road. Now, lots of us enjoy a sweet treat during Easter, and often it's easy to overdo it a little bit. According to one expert, tucking into an Easter egg or two can have serious repercussions. Now, Duncan Fisher's the CEO of Motoring Association Motor Easy. He has warned demolishing more than a sensible amount could leave you feeling tired and sluggish, therefore a danger behind the wheel. And one of the main issues, he told The Sun, is the, quote, higher sugar content in chocolate, particularly the milk and white varieties that make up most of the popular chocolates on the market. While there is no specific offense for driving while tired, it is proven to be the cause of a crash or other serious incidents, and you could be charged with dangerous driving.
Wow.
I don't think I ever eat enough chocolate to make me tired.
Sir, you been drinking? No, I had 2 Cadbury eggs.
No.
I'm good though.
If you don't mind getting out.
But there was it last week when Forrester and I, who occasionally bring each other coffee, like I brought him some today, we occasionally don't cross up. One time it's happened now. We both have each brought each other coffee, so I ended up with 2 larges. He had 2 larges, and I was a little jittery after 2.
So you drink both?
No, that was the
Don't want
day.
to go to waste.
That was the day. I think you were on vacation when it happened during spring break, and I came in. Dunaway gets here first.
Huh.
And I get here about 7:30 to 7:45, and Dunaway would not stop talking. I mean, it was just, hey Brown, how you doing? I mean, it was like he
Pick
was.
a color. You want to spin the wheel? You want to spin the wheel? You got your
He
dog?
was
You wanna spin
bouncing
wheel?
off
Spin
the
the wheel?
walls. And he finally goes, you might have noticed I had 2 cups of coffee today. I was like, my gosh, Dunaway, you got to dial it back, man.
How do you drink your coffee, by the way?
Black.
Okay, I've got.
I don't know why I said it like that.
There's a list that people have revealed funny things their grandmother once said. First one. If a good-looking guy popped up on TV, my Nana would say, oh, I'd let him eat crackers in my bed.
Oh, that was an old saying. I remember that one.
You know you like it.
I think my dad has said I would drink her bath water.
I've heard that one.
I was like, that is disgusting.
Did he say that going down the PC strip in front of your mom?
There's a pilot.
Don't side-eye me. Hand me another beer.
Yes, Nick, I do. It's 12:11 right now. I'm 1 up on Scott.
Oh, I'm bringing coffee?
Yeah.
Somebody, Dave said, when Lance mentioned the rock stars maid in the funeral, Dave said, wait for it, I suck on your toes. I know it's 2 different people, but Dunaway always confuses them.
Suck on your toes.
Suck on your toes.
They were dating.
Yeah, that was the girl mourning her, right?
Yeah, very, very mournful.
They were dating.
Very, very inebriated.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another one. My grandmother once texted me LOL after my friend got hurt. She thought it meant lots of love.
Oh.
Here's one. My friend's grandmother would always start grace by saying, food is here. I've got my beer. Thank God. Wow. How about this one? She came over for Christmas dinner from assisted living, saw a picture of her and my grandpa when they were younger hanging on the wall. She looked at it and said, oh, I remember that day. That was the day he took my virginity.
Whoa!
Grandma!
Granny, dial it back.
And the final one. My grandmother used to say, ain't nothing open after midnight except legs.
Oh, I heard my nanny say that one time, too.
I always thought there was nothing but trouble after midnight.
I'm going out.
Junior, come on home. There's nothing open after midnight except legs. Oh, grandmothers, granddads can't live without them.
Can't live without them, dude. Literally wouldn't be here without them.
Wouldn't be here without them.
Yep.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land your dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have an underwriter's stamp of approval backing you. In this market, most people want a pre-approval letter. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help. Be better than the competition. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
I thought in Trash you had the video that we were all talking about yesterday, the tornado video.
Oh, yeah. Do we have that? So I saw Forrester tweet this last night. I looked at it. I was blown away. First half of this video, I think it's about a minute long. It's a little scary, and then it gets completely ridiculous.
Yeah, no way you ever try to do this. All of our meteorology friends would tell you, find your safe place.
Okay, so the report was he was stuck on a golf course, and he was locked out. And so he really had nowhere to go. But I'll give him credit, man. I mean, he's got
So this
Still-
is
still
a
balls.
tornado coming by this golf
Yeah,
course.
look right. Now watch
I can
these
see the
trees all
tornado.
of a sudden.
Yeah, boy.
Here's
game,
the part.
Game changer.
This coming from behind now. It's circled back.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And in the video, when that disc, he goes, there goes the roof.
He's in the middle of the tornado.
Yep, absolutely. But there was one. I don't know. I don't know if we cut it out. All of a sudden, the trees just lay over.
Yeah, it's the one
Right
before
there.
the backside video. Yeah, they do. They lay on their side.
Just realized I was watching the video on delay there. So that's a really weird reaction.
Yeah, you really did. I was like, "What are you?"
I was
worried
watching it on
about?
my computer for some reason instead of watching.
Now
it
here
on
they
the
come
screen
on their
here. I got
here
it
they
right,
come on
sir.
their side, Dunaway.
Yeah.
But to watch trees bend
Oh,
like
look at
that,
that! Look at that. That is insane.
Yeah, but the worst is from behind because the dude can't even see it coming. Do we have any idea where this was?
Phrases you've heard Rockstar say many times.
I've never heard of that.
Where was this?
I don't know.
No idea.
I don't know.
Man, that gets
America.
Yeah.
That gets serious
Scary.
quickly.
Don't ever try that. At
Was the
home.
rabbi out there on the hole?
I think the heavy stuff's going to hold on for quite a while.
All right, we are back in a moment right here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Storm's coming later today, so if you're looking to get lunch in before it gets a little rough this afternoon, around 2 o'clock or so, go on by Champy's Chicken. They're open right now. Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for dinner tonight. They'll cater. They'll take care of your offices. Whatever you need, Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, those Mississippi Delta tamales, chicken on a stick. See the menu, champy'schicken.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including four-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and seven-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net. Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Don't forget, part of the show today always brought to you by our friends at Bud Light Next, the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, and also our friends at Bromberg's. Every year when it's not just the holiday season, whether it's an anniversary or whether it's a birthday or just want to say I love you, our friends at Bromberg's can hook you up, and Mother's Day is coming up.
Yeah, Mother's Day is coming up. Take care of Mom. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. She'll get excited when she sees the silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. They've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. They've also got an extensive giftware department to service to the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Bromberg at the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Bromberg's right there. Great place to swing by. Rockstar, if you will give me cut number 7. Trey Sanders had a chance to speak recently at Alabama's spring going on. Auburn's A-Days this week. Trey Sanders, who has had a massive injury, and then he battled back from what appeared to be a life-threatening car accident. Had a chance to talk about the role Nick Saban has played in him still being at Alabama and still battling through adversity.
After everything you've been through here, how much faith and how much confidence does it inspire in you for Coach Saban to keep having that confidence in you to be the kind of player you know you can be?
I think Coach Saban was the main person who kept me going, throughout the process, because, it was times where I felt like I couldn't do it. It was times I was in a wheelchair and I was just rolling around the facility, going out to practice and watching other dudes practice and stuff like that. I wasn't able to go out there and practice. And Coach Saban called me in the meeting and he'll talk to me and he'll give me hope on the future. And each time he talked to me, it gave me hope and he just gave me a better outlook on how I want to come out of my injury and come out of my car wreck, So I feel like having Coach Saban on my side, that has helped me a lot, most definitely. That was the main part. He's played a big part in it.
Boy, I know everyone has their favorite players and people they cheer for, and they cheer for the team, anybody on the team. But whether you're an Alabama fan or not, you got to be cheering for that guy. A big-time recruit when he came to Alabama, that injury his freshman spring that kept him from playing, and then the car accident that almost not only ended his career but almost ended his life.
Yeah, it was kind of low-key one of the cooler moments of that first week, if you'll rewind to Alabama-Miami when he scored that touchdown and you saw his teammates' reaction, and then the trainer that had worked so hard with him to get him back, their embrace. I mean, that was a really cool moment last season.
Yeah, maybe not to that level, but I think most people have experienced a little adversity. So I think you pull for that comeback story. And for him to just be playing the game of football at that level is incredible. And you just – I hate to say this, but, without the injuries, how good would Trey Sanders actually be?
It's one reason Tiger's such a big story this week, right? Because of everything he's coming back from. But Tiger's won his. I mean, this cut down what could have been a promising college football career for Trey Sanders. So you just hope maybe he can find something close to that
Yeah, if he has a really good magical year back close to himself, that he it's a draft year for him. If he has a really good year, he can go to the draft and maybe still make a living playing football. But he's accomplished so much. And as Alabama spring continues, 8A for Alabama a week from this Saturday. Auburn goes this Saturday down at Jordan-Hare Stadium. The Masters tomorrow. Tiger tees off at 9:34 Central Time tomorrow. Brownie showed us a picture from today at Augusta National. That was an unbelievable gallery of people just watching Tiger in a practice round. It looked like it was Sunday afternoon and he was leading the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the crowd would be the same size on Sunday as it was today. It's crazy. It was around the 18th tee, and it's just a practice round on a Wednesday. He, Justin Thomas, and Fred Couples played 9 holes, and that was the crowd on 18 to see the guy. There's nobody that moves the needle anything like Tiger. And I'll make a point that there is a multiple Masters champion that is not playing this week simply because of comments he made about Saudi Arabia and a golf tour.
Phil Mickelson.
And how much have you heard about that?
Nothing.
That shows you how big a story Tiger Woods is.
Yeah, I'd forgotten all about it until you said that.
So when does Phil come back?
He's on a self-imposed sabbatical in theory.
So this is Will Smith like with the Academy.
Yeah. I mean, who knows when he'll come back? Like it looked weird last night. The photo came out from the Champions Dinner. So for those that don't know, historically, every Tuesday night, all the past champions have a dinner that is hosted by the current champion. He selects the menu. So Matsuyama is there, and all the champions are there. And I looked, and every living champion is there except 2. Angel Cabrera, who is in an Argentinian jail right now.
Really?
Oh, you didn't know that
No,
story?
I didn't know that story either.
Oh, yeah.
What's he in
for? It's a crazy story. Battery. Yeah, on a significant other. Yeah, that's a wild story. Go read that story sometime. He thought he basically came back to with Mickelson's the other guy that wasn't there, by the way, which is far more noticeable by his absence than Cabrera. But
with the comments that Mickelson made, if he disappeared one day, you would be like, "Oh, Saudi's got him."
Saudi's got him.
Do the champions still choose the dinner?
Yeah.
What was Matsuyama's?
I'll have to look it up. There was some sort of Asian-inspired fish. I think some sushi was on the menu.
Kerry said it looked incredible.
Yeah, there's always like a steak option for the guy that's like, I ain't eating that. But no, Cabrera had a battery situation, and he basically had told his significant other, there's nothing they'll do to me in Argentina. Yeah, you can try all you want. They're not going to do anything. So he came to the United States to play golf, and he thought he was safe. So he decides he misses the cut, and he's got some time off, so he's going to fly back to Argentina. Basically, I think they met him at the airport, put him in cuffs, and he hasn't been out of jail since.
So if he would have stayed here, there's no way they extradite him.
I mean, I don't think so, no. I don't think so. I don't know that to be the case. But there's the photo, yeah.
There's the picture last night. It's still a small group, man.
Well, a lot of them are dead. I mean, I think that's all your living Masters champions other than Mickelson and Cabrera, unless I missed one.
Yeah, but we literally do it every year. That's still a small group.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to think Nicklaus and Tiger are both in that photo. They've got 11 combined.
Yeah.
So that's 11 of them all the time.
Really interesting tradition. You got to pull up the menu, Brown, because everyone's talking about it. It was incredible. Carey and Maxwell and others are saying, Lee saying A5 Wagyu was on it.
Ooh, look
last
at that.
Night. Yeah. So it apparently looked fantastic last night. We loved.
I saw one beer and one glass of wine on that table.
Yeah. So the appetizers were assorted sushi. I've never been able to say this one. Sashimi.
Yeah.
And the giri yakitori chicken skewers. I'm all in there.
On both of those.
The main dish was miso glazed black cod.
Yeah. I'll eat a cod. Black
and cod. Mizuyaki, you just do it to be funny. Mizuyaki Wagyu, which is A5 Wagyu beef ribeye.
Wow.
With mixed mushrooms and vegetables. And then Japanese strawberry shortcake was the dessert.
Oh, it sounds delicious.
Wow. That whole menu. Sake, seriously.
That whole menu.
I'm a sake guy.
Does the champion pay for it or does the Masters pay for it?
The Masters pays for
okay.
that.
Well, yeah. Go A5 on the Wagyu all you want.
And you traditionally do something that's, back to your homeland. Like, for instance, Sandy Lyle, who's from Scotland, served haggis.
Oh, I'd go steak option that night.
Yeah, I'll take chicken.
I'll take the ribeye,
Isn't that the pig stomach?
I think it's pig stomach stuffed with stuff.
I thought it was intestine stuffed with something. All right, that's the Masters, which goes tomorrow. We'll keep you updated on that as you enjoy the show tomorrow here. When we come back, Todd Fuhrman joins us from Las Vegas as we get ready for that. Michelson and I'll look ahead. We'll be talking to Fuhrman about baseball win totals and the Masters. All that's coming up. Michelson will keep you in the game with great eyesight.
Will you give me, though, from the mud puddle what you guys would have done for the Masters dinner?
I will.
Okay.
I will do a fake one coming up. See if Lunsford can build the graphic real quick over the real menu. Okay.
Hey, to find out if LASIK is right for you, make the call that I made years ago. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. You can also visit them online. Go to michelsonlaservision.com. When you call 969-8100, ask for Amy. Tell her the guys at the Next Round sent you. They are going to hook you up with an absolutely free consultation to find out if LASIK is right for you. Think about it. If you wear the eyeglasses, the contacts, you're wasting money and time each and every year. Stop procrastinating. Trust me, Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Make the call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, our headlines here will be brought to you by Dr. B. Basically, all you need to know is that Bob Bowlesby is leaving the Big 12. One of the number of athletic directors in Power 5 programs are being mentioned as possible candidates. One of those is Greg Byrne of Alabama. That's how well-respected Greg is. So a number of people there being mentioned as Bob Bowlesby's replacement as the Big 12 commissioner, something to keep an eye on as we move forward as they make a change out there.
I'd rather be Alabama AD. I don't know about you guys.
I would too.
Seems like a better gig. It probably doesn't pay as much, but it seems like an easier gig.
Alabama athletics will be around in 5 years. I'm not sure the Big 12 will be. Stephon Diggs has a big contract. Stetson Bennett's quarterbacking well in Georgia camp. More college football coming up, but Notre Dame is doing something they've never done before. They're not only going to play an FCS school for the first time ever in football, it's going to be a HBCU. They signed on to open next year, 2023, with Tennessee State. That is Eddie George's team out of Nashville. So Tennessee State will go to South Bend to open up the season in 2023 at Notre Dame. Both schools made the joint announcement yesterday. First time ever in Notre Dame history against an HBCU and an FCS program. They'll do that next year. Those headlines brought to you by our friend Dr. B.
Hey, again, we get older, things fall apart, they fall out. Over the last year, I noticed a little hair loss. I asked around, everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. I set up a consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. Recently got the results, and Dr. Beckenstein and I had a virtual meeting to go over the options. We chose a non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. I'm excited to see the results in a few months. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying this expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
All right, Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com and Outkick on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing very well this afternoon, gentlemen. How are you boys doing?
Doing fantastic. At Todd Fuhrman is where you follow him on Twitter, the former odds maker there at Caesars Palace, always kind with his time with us. I saw earlier tweets that the betting on Tiger Woods right now in the Masters, a guy who has not played in forever, it seems, is out of control in Vegas. Is that a good way of describing it?
I don't know if out of control is even strong enough right now. It's almost as though people are acting like drunken sailors, thinking that they have to get a piece of Tiger at some of these ridiculous odds that are out there, not realizing that they're still not getting anything close to fair market value. And while Tiger obviously teeing it up always gives him more than a puncher's chance at Augusta, a course that's essentially his own, that he's owned for so many years, you have to obviously go into this situation with realistic expectations, knowing that he hasn't played competitive golf in quite some time. And it's not just the striking of the golf ball that could be challenging, but walking the undulations and trying to compete for 72 holes, I feel like is a massive leap of faith.
Yeah, Fuhrman, I don't know what your strategy is when people ask you about handicapping golf on these majors. An example is we do a pool and we get to pick 4 golfers, and it's hard to pick out of 4 one that's going to win it. So I tell people, these 15 to 20 to 1s, those are tough. I like the match play once we see those daily matchups. How do you typically tell people to play golf in these majors?
Yeah, most professional bettors will go to the matchups, and that's where they'll do a lion's share of their damage, whether it's the 4-round matchups for the entire tournament or they'll look to try and take advantage, each and individual round. I can tell you one of the things that I've seen as far as tomorrow is concerned from a matchup standpoint is professional bettors laid $1.35 up to $1.75 with Tony Finau against the aforementioned Tiger Woods. And while Tony Finau's current form doesn't leave you a lot to be excited about, you look at how he's played at Augusta. Clearly, this is a course where he feels extremely comfortable, and there's some skepticism from professionals regarding Tiger and his ability to compete, a far cry from recreational bettors who want to make their $20 and $50 bets on Tiger to win the whole tournament. If you're looking to try and bet outright, and it's whether it's your first foray into betting golf or you've done this before, you have to kind of build out that portfolio. You want to try and find a couple of favorites that you like where you're going to have slightly bigger bets. You'll find some of those value picks in the middle of the field. And while Augusta hasn't lent itself to long shots coming home to roost in the past, I can tell you that a lot of people are gravitating towards a player like Mark Leishman, thinking that he should be able to navigate through the wind and the elements maybe more effectively than some of the U.S.-born golfers.
We have a lot of Justin Thomas fans around here. He's in a sweet spot. This is his 7th Masters. What do you think of Justin's chances this week?
The numbers come down on JT. There's no doubt he's attracted quite a bit of interest in the betting markets. His price, 16-1 when numbers were first posted. He's currently the second favorite behind only Jon Rahm. And when you look at some of JT's matchups, you have seen him take money against Cameron Smith and against Scottie Scheffler as well. The 12-1 price, probably a bit of a deterrent for me. I need to see him navigate through these greens more. And I know with Bones McKeon on his bag, everyone is optimistic that the putting that has kind of left him high and dry in the past should be rectified. But I want to see him put together, a full 4 rounds in this tournament. He put so much pressure on himself to win this particular major. I just don't see enough at 12-1 to get me that excited, but he's not a guy that I'd be looking to fade in his head-to-head matchups either.
All right, before we move on to opening day in baseball, a favorite that you kind of like at Augusta and a dark horse you kind of like at Augusta?
I feel I do this every year, guys, and I bet the same golfer, and he does nothing but cost me money, and I'll probably do it until he finally breaks through and wins that elusive first green jacket. That would be Patrick Cantlay at 25-1. His skill set sets up well here. I know he's had a kind of a mixed bag of results, but if you look at some of the comparable courses, Cantlay has done extremely well in the past, and I really believe his time is coming. And if you get him at these kind of prices, it's going to pay dividends somewhere along the way. Brooks Koepka would be another one that I would throw in that same bucket as well. This will be the healthiest Brooks has been, kind of coming into things. And if you're looking further down the odds board, I'm actually a lot more bullish than the market is on Daniel Berger. I know he's got boomer bust potential, but I feel Berger's skill set sets up extremely well for this course. Nobody has talked about him coming in, and at 50-1, he's a guy that I'll have something on in my portfolio as well.
Okay, Major League Baseball opens tomorrow night. Win totals. My Dodgers, it opened at 96.5. It's up to 98.5. That's a heavy number in Major League Baseball, but if you look at the last 5 seasons, 4 of those seasons, if we include the abbreviated 2020 season, that would have gone over the 100 wins. When you look at this roster, best lineup in baseball, the rotation is going to be good, maybe not great, but 98.5, do you have any problem playing the over here?
The thing with the Dodgers, and the reason that win total has gone up, is because the rest division is downright garbage in most facets of the game. When you look at the San Diego Padres, this is a team I know that's done a little bit to bolster their rotation, but let's see if they can live up to expectations. The Rockies have done quite a bit to try and help with their bats. I actually like bringing Chris Bryant into that ballpark along with Randall Grichuk, but pitching-wise, they're going to struggle. The Diamondbacks will as well. When you talk about the Dodgers, LT, my biggest concern for this team is I don't like their bullpen nearly as much as some folks do. I think 1 through 3, if Clayton Kershaw stays healthy, they're going to be dynamic, and I really believe Julio Urias will continue to take the next step and is a little bit of a dark horse to win the Cy Young. But when you go out and acquire Craig Kimbrell, and he's the guy that you're trusting to pitch the 9th inning, I'm not sure how long that sticks. I ultimately believe Blake Treinen can take over in that role, but I wouldn't go under on the Dodgers. I just don't know if I want to go over a number that's a touch high.
I watch a lot of American League Baseball because I'm a Tampa Bay Rays fan, and until Tampa Bay plays them, I forget sometimes there are franchises in Seattle, in Detroit, but everybody's telling me that those 2 franchises are on the upswing. Do you buy that the Mariners and Tigers may be having a sort of a bounce-back year this year?
The Tigers are going to be a fun team to watch. They have an infusion of young talent that I think can pay dividends when you look at guys like Spencer Torkelson, who's going to make the big league roster. He'll hit at the bottom of the lineup. I'm not as big a fan of Javier Baez as a lot of people are. I mean, I think even in this modern day game where you don't really care as much about strikeouts, he's a huge liability. Hitting in the middle of the lineup, Miguel Cabrera in the twilight of his career as well. And Austin Meadows, I think it's an interesting move acquiring him from the Rays, but I'm always concerned when Tampa is more than willing to part ways with a player, expecting that he's going to have, upside elsewhere. So with Detroit at 78.5, that's widely available. My lean would be under the total for the Tigers. I think this rotation is a little bit too young, and that's where there's some concerns in a Central Division that I think will actually be a little bit better than people believe. As far as the Mariners, this is a team that I find fascinating because they were extremely lucky last year. And when you look at their win-loss record and you dig into some of their metrics, it didn't suggest they should have won nearly as many games as they should have. They went out there and they got Robbie Ray to kind of be the ace of the staff, albeit paying a premium in the wake of his resurgent performance last year with Toronto. It's a young lineup that I think has upside in a division that leaves a lot to be desired, but I have to go under just on the metrics. I have the Mariners more so as a 500 team, and I think that's their ceiling. I'm happy to go under 84.5 with Seattle.
Todd Fuhrman on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Universal DH, it's really more about the National League, does what in Vegas to National League Baseball that can legally be bet on?
It's a great question, and I think we're going to see how odds makers are going to adjust some of their over-unders, how managers elect to be a little bit different with their strategy, because obviously the double switch comes out of the equation. You don't have to pull a starter nearly as fast if you believe his bat is going to end a rally in the middle of the game once these pitchers start to get stretched out. So I think you're going to see totals in the National League resemble a little bit more like their AL brethren, where typically over the years you were seeing a half run less in a lot of the games that had comparable pitching matchups just because you didn't have that assumed out at the bottom of the lineup. So let's see what odds makers elect to do. It'll be fascinating to see how these National League managers adjust to that unique nuance, especially those that haven't had to deal with it other than in interleague play and, of course, the World Series when it bears its head.
Okay, two Braves questions. One, obviously, big trade getting rid of Freddie Freeman. Who has more home runs this year, Freeman with the Dodgers or Olsen now with the Atlanta Braves?
I'll take Matt Olson there. I mean, he would be an underdog in this particular proposition. I think Freeman's run production will be better, but when you're talking about two very different hitter environments, obviously Truist Park is going to be a little bit more favorable for Matt Olson, especially coming over from Oakland where you lose an awful lot of outs in foul territory, and when you're hitting into that marine layer for a lot of those late starts, it knocks some balls down. So I think Olson will benefit immensely, and I have to give the Braves credit. It's not easy in the wake of winning a World Series when you part with the face of the franchise, but I think they made the prudent move here. Olson's a little bit younger. He's a little bit better defensively, and the fact they're going to plug him in most likely in that three-hole, I think speaks dividends about the Braves' staying power when you look at the strength of this team, which is a young pitching rotation, assuming all of those guys return to form, and Charlie Morton shows no ill effect of that broken leg that he suffered late last season.
Okay, we know the Dodgers are good. That's on the National League side. Just to win the division, I'm being told that the Phillies and Mets are supposed to be good. Would you take the Braves to at least win their division?
When you look at the National League East, I think this division is significantly better from top to bottom than what we've seen in the past. And as far as pricing is concerned, we've seen money come in against the Mets, obviously, in the wake of the Jacob deGrom injury. That's changed the look of their rotation. I think a lot of Mets fans probably, if you gave them $100 to name their opening day starter, wouldn't guess Tyler McGill was going to be that guy if we asked a couple of weeks ago. So the Braves at a shade better than even money, I think, make a little bit of sense there. But it's a division I want to see play out. If I could get Atlanta in that plus $2 range if they started slow with a World Series hangover or such, would make a little more sense. I'm not necessarily buying the Phillies, and the reason for that is I think that their bullpen is going to be a real challenge. So cobbling together those final 9 outs on a nightly basis could be a challenge. But as far as other teams that could surprise, I think the Marlins, if you can find them at 4-1 to make the playoffs, in my opinion, this team has the best pitching staff in that division. And if you're talking about Miami still trying to figure out ways to manufacture runs, they've made small moves this offseason. I don't think they're going to blow anybody away with their offensive capabilities, but that's a staff, if they stay healthy, that can be scary good. And I think Sandy Alcantara has every bit the pieces to potentially win the Cy Young maybe as soon as this season.
Wow. In the chat room, LT's neighbor says Fuhrman either has a photographic memory or studies nonstop. Which is it, Todd?
Studies nonstop.
I wish it was the first part because it would make my life a hell of a lot easier and give me a lot more free time. But it's all about diving into these things and constantly pounding the pavement to try and do it. I won't claim to bet baseball on a day-in, day-out basis. I'll do some digging into the futures markets as much as anything else, or golf. But we don't talk a lot of hockey here, so all the time I put in there watching hockey on a nightly basis doesn't always pay dividends.
More likely Panthers or Hurricanes to win the Cup?
I think the Hurricanes are better built for playoff hockey. I mean, they're more than happy to play lower scoring games. I still have some questions about Freddie Anderson, though, given all of those playoff demons he'll have to exercise from his time in Toronto. And as someone who bet the Panthers before the season at long shot odds, I'm not going to abandon my day to the dance. But I think in the playoffs, not having Joel Quenneville on the bench is where it'll ultimately cost that team, and you really can't expect to erase 4-goal deficits on a nightly basis like we've seen from them twice in the last 4 days.
That shows you that's not that he's. We would have never asked that question. That's a great homework.
He doesn't come to this interview ready to talk hockey.
No.
Do you know more about this or cryptocurrency?
You know what? The reality of it is, and LT might understand this better than you guys, I got into the crypto racket probably back in 2016 because of sports betting. We used to do work with offshore books, and that was the only way that you could really transfer funds consistently. So I learned a lot more about Bitcoin and Ethereum back then than I ever wanted to, and we'll call that a fortuitous bounce that I held some of my stock in both of those cryptos at market rates significantly lower than what they trade at right now.
Very nice.
My fear is always cryptocurrency. When it actually shows up to me, it's got Putin's face on
it. Can you use crypto at Chick-fil-A yet?
You know what? I don't know if you can use it at Chick-fil-A. I know you can use it at Starbucks, but at the same time, I think you're better off probably putting it aside for a rainy day, realizing that it's got boom or bust potential. And if it goes to zero, you're okay with the loss. But at the same time, the way the economy is trending, in 5 to 10 years, that may have a lot more spending power than the American dollar.
Every time we bring up Bitcoin, Lance says, I don't know what's wrong with the money we got right now.
I do. I like the old paper bill.
I like me a U.S. dollar.
Yeah, you like the old guy here who thinks the actual Bitcoin's coming with somebody's face on it.
Exactly. That they actually have a hard Bitcoin.
Yes.
Fuhrman, thank you for the time, buddy. Enjoy the Masters. Enjoy the baseball. We'll see you again.
You got it. Hey, one last thing, guys, too. As far as baseball futures, I did make an MVP bet. I think this number is still widely available for the American League. I took a flyer with Byron Buxton at 35-1. I think when you look at the spring he's put together and some of his measurables, I mean, this is a guy as a 5-tool player we've waited for an eternity. Obviously, health hasn't worked in his favor, but I really believe Buxton can be a guy that can take the world by storm and maybe a guy that some fantasy managers want to target early in the season before his price goes through the roof.
I will tell you, it went from 40-1 to 10-1.
Just now, as you said that.
Fuhrman moved it?
No, this is in the last couple of weeks. It's gone from 40. I mean, he's crushing it right now in spring.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I mean, it's always tricky, LT, because obviously spring doesn't necessarily translate, but you look into what Buxton has done and you kind of extrapolate his numbers out. It's a little bit scary because he's found ways with soft tissue issues and a variety of other things. But if this guy plays 130 to 140 games, I really believe it could be between him and Shohei Ohtani for AL supremacy there this year.
Wow. All right, there's a free play from Fuhrman. Thank you, Fuhrman. Have a great week.
You got it, gentlemen. Best of luck with all your Masters picks and bets this weekend.
Thanks, buddy. Take care. That is Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What?
Before you move on, don't lie. Do you know who Byron Buxton plays for?
I have no clue.
Just take a guess, because I don't either.
We said American League.
But you really don't know?
I really don't know.
And I know it's not the Angels. I would say Byron, and I didn't see Scott.
He might be the fastest player in baseball. I'm really surprised you don't know this, Dunaway.
Wait,
because
I don't. So take a guess. I'll take a guess.
I'll go Byron Buxton, Kansas City Royals.
That would be a good guess
American
for me.
League
team.
Well, so can I give you a hint?
No, let me guess first, and then you can embarrass us. Just because when I first saw that the Tigers were going to be a potential better year, I thought to myself,
Tigers.
Well, who the hell do the Tigers have? Does he play for the Tigers?
No, you got the division right.
Twins.
Byron Buxton of the Twins.
So he's just torn it up in spring, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, he was really good last year, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So Fuhrman liked him at 40-1. No, I was going to say people ask us all the time, do you guys tell him what you're going to talk about? Absolutely never.
No.
He doesn't. I mean, now look, in football season, he knows we're going to ask him about Alabama and Auburn, but we ask him about random games, and the information he has,
it's crazy,
off the cuff without notes. There's no way he can have notes because he doesn't know what we're going to ask him.
We don't even have the notes.
Yeah, we don't even know what we're going to ask him.
I mean, seriously, when Brown starts, I don't know what I'm going to ask him by the time he gets here, because Brown could ask it, and we never planned any of this stuff
so
out.
it's crazy, his knowledge.
That's
his
what
knowledge
makes
is unreal.
That's what makes Fuhrman one of the, if not my favorite guest of all time, is because he's a guy that we can just throw anything off of, and he comes back with an answer. Now, again, he could have said Byron Buxton, gotten off the phone and laughed at somebody in his office and said, I just made up a name because I didn't have an answer to what they asked me. So I said Byron Buxton, and they said, oh, yeah, I've seen him. He's really good in the spring, and he really doesn't exist, and I'll be perfectly fine with that. All right, part of the show is also being brought to you today, LT, by your friends at Hemp Hill Services. My sheet's in the back, so Hemp Hill Services. Tell us about Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, Dunaway. Hemp Hill, look, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, the number you need to write down is our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Have this on speed dial, 205-229-2090. That is the number. The guys you can trust, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I will always call first. Trust them to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Okay, we're about to do our 3 and Out coming up in the segment after this, our next segment right here. But first, I'm going to give you my menu if I had won the Masters, because LT wanted that. But Brownie, tell us about NASCAR, and we'll get ready for a week at Talladega. I've had some interesting food over the years in the Talladega infield, but the best meal of my life to this date ever on a grill, and I forget who the guy who used to do them, Media Day during race weeks, those pork chops, Brown, you've had them before.
I bet Scott's had them too.
You've had them before, those pork chops that we used to have for us during Media Day over there.
Yeah,
they were huge. They were so good. Barbecue pork chops, charcoal.
Ooh, yeah.
It was good. NASCAR's coming back to Talladega. Nobody grills better than NASCAR fans.
Hey, and don't miss your chance to see the biggest stars of NASCAR take on the baddest track in NASCAR. The next gen car, makes its debut on the high banks of Talladega for the Geico 500, 2 o'clock Central Green Flag. Sunday, April 24th, you can enhance your weekend experience by adding the Talladega Garage Experience. You can see all about that and buy tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Now, Brad, explain to maybe the listeners that don't know, if you win the Masters, you get to do the menu for Champions Dinner on Tuesday nights.
Tuesday night Champions Dinner the next year. You're the host of said dinner, and you get to pick the menu. And they say that the chefs at Augusta National really go all out to try, especially the international dishes, try to learn how those are cooked and how they're done regionally for maybe some of the regional dishes, and really try to replicate it as best they can.
Now, Dunaway, this is the way I would have set it up for you. I'll be quick. Let me give you what I would have done for you. Okay,
wait a second. Just for those that don't know, if you're new to the show, we got a lot of new listeners and viewers every day. I grew up not with a lot in my life, oftentimes in a trailer or living with my grandparents or in rental homes or whatever.
We call it the mud puddle.
We call it the mud puddle, so I did not have a lot like Brown. I didn't have a gold spoon growing up.
Yes.
Gold spoon.
Gold, man. I've upgraded from silver.
I think you would have started, your appetizer would have been Ruffles with the French onion dip.
Ruffles!
Okay.
Ruffles are a name brand. There's no way it goes name brand.
Well, it would have been the generic Ruffle, the bag of chips.
They call them Buffles or
but
something.
It would have been
like
like the Barber's French onion. You had it in the trailer.
I did have it in the trailer.
Did you like the French onion?
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah. Boy, give me some
your
breath.
salad would have been iceberg lettuce with like the garlic croutons to spice it up a little bit with Thousand Island dressing.
Would have been.
Are you dogging on?
I did not put a salad in there, but I would have loved that salad.
Okay. Are you dogging on iceberg though?
No. I'm just saying, but that's the way it would have gone.
Because you know what I despise is spring mix salad. Spring mix salad is the absolute worst.
Well, he wasn't going to go there.
But I'm telling you, when I go and get the iceberg at the Japanese style restaurants with that miso dressing on it,
the ginger.
Oh yes,
love it.
Your appetizer would have been, your entree would have been Vienna sausages cut up over Kraft mac and cheese.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Your dessert would have been the moon pie.
Yeah.
You're close in a lot of this.
And your drink would have been, you have a choice of Sunkissed or Yoo-Hoo's.
Yeah.
I loved Yoo-Hoo's.
I did not put a salad. I forgot about the salad, and I didn't put a drink on there. The drink probably would have been Boone's Farm back in the day. I forget which one, the Punch or whatever, the original, back in high school. Jackson will laugh at this. Our intern.
Or Natty Light.
Yeah, we used to have this $3 bottle of Boone's Farm that was the first drunk back in Alabaster. Everybody got drunk on that the first time. Here's my menu. We've got a graphic built up for you. The appetizer is crunchy Cheetos, and you nailed it, and the French onion dip there. Now, Ruffles would have been way, but I used to take the crunchy Cheetos out of the bag and run that through the French onion dip. And it was really an interesting taste because I like
a lot of different flavors.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I've never heard the Cheeto with it. Like the only time I like the Frito is with that dip or the caviar, the redneck caviar.
Oh yeah, the Frito is good though with that dip there. My entree, I went 2 sides because you can go steak if you didn't like the traditional. I went hamburger helper, cheeseburger macaroni with, as it says on the box, with real cheese.
That's right, not the processed crap, the real stuff.
Now the real cheese, I will tell you, was powder. So is it really real cheese at that point?
It's been pulverized.
Powdered real cheese.
That's what astronauts eat.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, this main entree now, I'm a fan.
Now, on the flip side of this, the Western sizzling sirloin tips with onions and mushroom gravy. That's if you didn't want the colloquial meal there.
I know I held the onions. But
I would trust that chef, though.
Hey, they would, Western Sizzling, back when I was a kid, Quincy's had these too. And whatever you order them, they had that little plastic steak they would put in it. Like it said medium well, medium whatever.
It was color coordinated.
And I loved as a kid, I would just take that little plastic thing and I would stab the meat and dunk it in.
I did that.
You're at a really top-end restaurant when they're putting flags in your steak. To let you know where the temperature is.
I'll dip it in the mushroom gravy. Hey, I liked Western Sizzling sirloin tips. I'd eat that right now. Yep. Oh, my gosh, I'd eat that.
And then my dessert was the Little Debbie Star Crunch cookies that would leave that little film on top of your mouth. So it was you got a couple of those things in there. I mean, the Star Crunch was basically a moon pie, but without the branding.
Who's the uppity Englishman, like Nick Faldo in there?
Yeah.
You think he turned his nose at this?
Helper.
Oh, Nick Faldo would call me a derogatory term, right? He'd call me a redneck or something. Yeah.
Ross says after that dinner, you're going to need a Pilot gas station shower.
Yeah, an RC Kohler would fit into that one really well as well.
I liked the Star Crunch too when I was a kid. I don't eat them much anymore, but I liked them as a kid.
It was one of those that leaves that little film on the top of your mouth.
So an embarrassing thing I did as a kid. Rockstar's told us embarrassing things he's done as a kid. Embarrassing thing I did as a kid. Do you remember? I don't know if you guys remember this. The Gaines burger for dogs, dog food.
Yeah. It came in the little bag,
looked
right?
like a Star Crunch.
Yeah.
And I used to, as a kid, I would pretend I was a dog, and that was my Gaines burger. I was eating Star Crunch.
Oh, he would eat the Star Crunch, not the burger.
Crunch, not the Gaines burger. I would pretend I was a dog and I'd eat the Star Crunch.
I guarantee you, one of our listeners has eaten a Gaines burger. Remember, I was going to eat cat food when we had the GoFundMe going.
Have any of you eaten the Gaines burger dog food?
Can you even buy those anymore? Do they even make Gaines burgers?
I don't think they do.
Jeff says fried bologna is missing off my menu.
Yeah, that would have been a good one.
I love fried bologna.
It's become too...
it's a little trendy.
Yeah, it's very trendy. Like one of the trendy restaurants in our town has a fried bologna sandwich they have up on their social media right now.
Yeah, it's really good, though.
Looked really good. He said Watt points out that as a kid, he'd go through the Bonanza line twice. You would get to the end of the meal sometimes and you think, man, I could eat that again.
Oh, gosh, yes. I love those Western Sizzling sirloin tips, so I'm glad you put that in there.
Yep.
You know, my mom used to make them, and she would make them with the gravy and then serve it over rice. Did you ever have that? Like
I'd never had that.
She'd make it in the crock pot.
Old Jim would have said we couldn't afford the rice.
Yeah, rice is cheap.
They were going to, that was their Easter dinner was Western Sizzling.
It was a big deal. Birthdays, anniversaries.
You and your brother are sharing a plate.
Birthdays, anniversaries, funerals.
Tell them you're special.
And it's your birthday again.
That's it. Every Sunday it's your birthday.
We used to do that on. We used to do the fake birthday Rockstar at O'Charlie's because they bring you that caramel pie.
That you talked up so much.
Freaking amazing.
One of the best things ever.
I thought you also talked up there was something strawberry, right?
That was the strawberry cake at Shoney's. Yeah.
Strawberry pie.
Strawberry pie. Yeah, I'm sorry. Strawberry pie at Shoney's. It was not strawberry compost. It was actual strawberries in that strawberry gel. And it was like
that gel ain't real.
Buddy, that strawberry pie, though, was phenomenal.
It was good
back in the day.
It was good. But there was the O'Charlie's was what?
O'Charlie's was the caramel pie.
Caramel pies.
Yeah.
And I tried that, and I ended up liking that.
Yeah, caramel pie is good.
So Dunaway just wants all natural, though. So you never ate like the Pop-Tart, apparently, right?
Jim now wants on natural. Back then, I craved Pop-Tarts. I ended up getting whatever the Post-Tarts, whatever the opposite of Pop-Tarts was. Yeah, I had no icing. We couldn't afford the icing. We bought the off-brand.
Do you think you could eat 2 boxes?
2 boxes of Pop-Tarts? Yeah. Oh, my God.
Do you know the calorie
How many
count?
steaks will you wipe off if I eat 2 Pop-Tart boxes?
Hey, we've got them downstairs.
There are boxes, an 8 count?
Yeah, 8 count. So 16 Pop-Tarts.
Oh, LT.
There is no way.
You want butter on it too?
There's no way
Yeah.
you can
There
eat
you go. You
cheese.
do butter on it?
I mean,
Dunaway.
can I toast it?
Dunaway, you cannot
Yeah.
eat 16 Pop-Tarts in one sitting. You would die.
I laugh at you guys.
You know the sugar it takes?
You guys don't think I could eat 16 Pop-Tarts in one sitting?
No. What do you think the
Can
calorie
we do it tomorrow, please?
Oh, I'm losing weight. Let's do it. Let's wait till football season.
Part of this balanced breakfast.
I won't forget by then. What do you think the calories are on a Pop-Tart?
Oh, a Pop-Tart is $2.80 per Pop-Tart?
Yeah, it's 500 a packet.
All right, let's just go frosted strawberry.
$5.50 a packet.
$1.90 for a Pop-Tart.
Oh, so that's only 2,000.
Yeah, that's only 3,200 calories.
That's my daily intake right there. Oh my goodness!
So why don't you just eat Pop-Tarts and just be done with it?
Hey, I like this website. How long would it take to burn off a Pop-Tart? 16 minutes of swimming, 29 minutes of cycling, 22 minutes of jogging, and
I don't
53
like
minutes
that
of
website.
walking.
Yeah. How much of sitting? How long do I have to sit to burn off 16 of them?
Sitting and talking.
Goose does make a great point. He says you could not finish all the Cadbury eggs because of the sugar. What makes you think you're going to be able to do the
Cadbury egg
Pop-Tarts?
was different. It was the consistency of the Cadbury egg, and it's an overload of sugar.
Now, you're going to want to go your frosted top Pop-Tart, right?
No, it wouldn't matter.
Oh, yeah, it would. You'd choke on the ones that
let's
aren't
do
the
a
frosting.
variety pack. Do the s'mores, do the cinnamon roll.
let's see what the
I don't like
s'mores.
some of those.
S'mores are 200 calories.
We need to go the strawberry fruit.
Yeah, I'll let you pick your Pop-Tart. It's got to be frosted, though.
So 16 of them.
16
How much does it get to wipe?
I don't know. We got to decide that.
But see, here's the full disclosure. Here's the trouble now. I just got a really good heart report. I had a heart test last week. Didn't want to scare anybody and tell you on the show that I was getting my heart.
No, I think there's like good cholesterol in the box of Pop-Tarts.
I know what's going to happen here.
No, I'm just saying that.
I know what's going to happen.
I'm just saying I just had a really good result there. That you guys questioned whether or not the results were really that good. There was some kind of faulty test, and you said, I can't believe you showed me this. You just landmine yourself.
Well, he did jinx himself. He came to us. Like, how many people come to somebody in their office and they go up to a coworker and they're like, hey, I just got this medical report.
Well, you guys are not coworkers. I mean, we have all of this
I'll
together,
reset it.
and
Family.
we're friends.
How many times would you go to your brother? Let's just say you've got a brother, I've got a brother, you've got a brother, you've got a brother. Would you call your brother and say, I just had my heart checked, and guess what my cholesterol was?
Hey, man, I got to go. It's great, man.
No.
Go.
But so Dunaway does it, and it was on a scale of 0 to 400.
But
400
he
is
brings
awful.
us the report and shows it to us. My point is nobody does that.
0 was what you got, right? You got a 0.
I got zeros, yeah.
So 0. So here's
That's
what's
the thing
going to
that's
happen.
holding on the refrigerator right now?
No. Here's what's going to happen. Dunaway's going to eat 16 Pop-Tarts, and the doctor's going to call and say, Mr. Dunaway, we gave you the wrong report.
Yeah.
You're at a 350.
Yeah, we need to put Stinson tomorrow.
He's going to say, I just ate 16 Pop-Tarts.
You haven't eaten any sugar today, have you?
The
16 Pop-Tarts.
And the best thing is right when you open that package, Lance is going to go, that is not a
Yeah,
pop. They
yeah.
have shrunk the
They have
Pop-Tarts.
shrunk the
Look how little
Pop-Tarts.
One time.
Look
They
how little
That was
have
McDonald's.
shrunk the Pop-Tarts.
It's what's going on. It starts with Joe Biden, right?
Look how little frosting they put on those things now.
Everything's smaller.
Gary says, Dunaway, why don't you just eat 1 pound bag of sugar-free gummy bears in one sitting? Just do that. That would be less calories.
Oh,
wouldn't it?
no.
Sugar-free.
Go
Would blow up.
Sugar-free gummy bears, apparently.
They get you.
They apparently send you to the pilot truck stop.
Yeah,
pretty
by the
quick
way,
on the
I
other
don't think the
side.
Pop-Tart even messes around with it. Like, they're not even going to bother with sugar-free.
I'm craving a Pop-Tart right now.
I kind of am, too.
We've got some downstairs. You want me to go get them?
Yeah.
In the
Are
break?
they in the
They're in
Arnold
the
commissary?
old commissary downstairs. I'll go get us some.
You can't get 16 of them.
Well, I can't get 16, but I can get some for all of us. We could just reminisce about how good Pop-Tarts are.
I don't know if I want to waste the calories on a Pop-Tart, do I, today?
Well,
Depends if you're eating lunch or not.
Well, I plan on eating lunch. You?
Maybe.
I don't want Pop-Tart to be my lunch. Got Sterling bringing Champy's chicken. By the way, I was supposed to have the order for at 11.
Yeah, it's 12:39.
It's now 12:39.
What have we done here?
Yeah, we got to send that out.
I think
Remind me
that's
to do
what we
that.
like.
All right, when we come back, we'll do our 3 and out today. Tiger Woods at the course again today. Looks like he's playing tomorrow. Everything's a good go. And that's a Precision Sports update for you there, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. They'll get you back into the game.
Hey, does your shoulder hurt after exercising? Maybe you're feeling that sharp pain in the shoulder after doing a little spring cleaning. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to help you. 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We're rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know, the best thing I ever did for myself, I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Save it all for the documentary, bro. All for the documentary. All right. Right now it's time for our 3 and Out, or as we like to call it, 4 downs, right here. And it's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle for you and your family, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is actually we're going to have 8 choices as we're going to go through this. We'll do one football win total and one who's better in the Masters as well. So each down will have 2 answers. All right, because you weren't here for NFL win total. I want to work that in. And then the Masters start tomorrow. So I'll do football. Brown will do the Masters. We'll do Masters first each time. First down.
First down.
Better finish, Jordan Spieth or Victor Hovland?
I'll go Hovland.
Interesting.
I'm going to go Spieth. Course knowledge, Hovland, I think is in
it's his third Masters.
In daily fantasy, Hovland's a better. I mean, it's more expensive than Spieth, but I'm going to go Spieth.
Spieth's been up and down. You just never know which Spieth you're going to get, but he knows this course. So
Could
it's
win
a
it, could miss the
Could
cut.
win it, could miss the cut. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. In the football question here, win totals: Chiefs and Bills. Chiefs are at 11. Bills are at 11.5. Who is more wins this year, Chiefs or Bills?
I'd go Bills. I thought the Bills were the better team last year. It came down to a final possession in Arrowhead in that NFC or that AFC divisional game, and now the Chiefs are missing Tyreek Hill, and I just think the Bills are going to be a better team.
Tougher division for the Bills or the Chiefs as well. Excuse me. So I think I'll go Bills in that one also. All right.
Second down.
Brownie.
Better finish, Will Zalatoris or Bryson DeChambeau?
Zalatoris is playing much more consistent golf right now, and I think his odds are shorter right now in Vegas.
Slightly,
as
just
well.
slightly.
I would go
about the same place.
I would go Zalatoris as well. DeChambeau, though, is he healthier than he's been in recent weeks?
Maybe.
Yeah.
This should be a course that is perfectly suited for DeChambeau. That's the thing. Zalatoris has played well there last year. This should be perfectly suited for Bryson DeChambeau.
Yeah, but didn't he just play with a tennis racket and
he did. With
hockey stick?
He dude perfect.
I think mentally though, he's in a tough place in his career right now mentally. He's wondering what people are saying about him, and this isn't the place that you want to be mentally questioning yourself, looking over your shoulder.
Yep.
Football version. 49ers or Cowboys? Cowboys at 10.5, 49ers at 10. More wins this year. 49ers or Cowboys?
I'm going to go Cowboys. If Garoppolo was going to stick with the 49ers and he was going to be the starting quarterback for Shanahan, I would go 49ers. I think they've got the better roster.
So you still think he moves on at some point?
I think he still moves on at some point. I think they're ready to Trey Lance to be the guy, and I just don't think Trey Lance is going to get double digits in what's still a difficult division.
Yeah, I'm with Cowboys. A little better division in the NFC East than it has been, but it's still, again, an easier division in the NFC West, so I'll go Cowboys.
Third down.
Better finish or top 2 favorites, John Rahm or Justin Thomas?
I am going to go Justin Thomas here. I know Rahm is your favorite, but I'm going to play JT here.
And I would say historically, I don't have it in front of me, but I'm going to say historically, Rahm's played this course better.
Yeah, I'm going to go
Justin Thomas.
I'm going to go Rahm.
I think I would too.
But I think, and I'll go Rahm because what Fuhrman said, JT puts a lot of pressure on himself. This is the one he wants to win the most, and I think that may hurt himself.
That's probably true of Rahm too, though. I would have to say he's already won a U.S. Open, obviously.
Broncos and Bengals both win totaled at 10, according to the Action Sports Network. Who has more wins this year, Broncos or Bengals?
It's really tight. The Bengals were in a Super Bowl last year. The Broncos only had 7 wins. You get Russell Wilson, which automatically makes you a lot better. But again, difficult division. Bengals are in a difficult division too.
I would actually take the under on both of those teams.
I think I probably would too, but I'm going to lean Bengals here.
I think I'll go Bengals. That is a tough one. I've gone easier division every time. That's a slightly easier division. I think I'll go Bengals.
I'll go Bengals as well.
Fourth down.
Tiger versus the cut. Basically, does Tiger make the cut or not?
I will take the cut. I think Tiger is going to have a shaky first round on Thursday, which is tomorrow. I think he's going to battle aches and pains on Friday. And
I'll say this.
I think he's 8 over.
Fred Couples has played with him for 2 days, and they asked Couples after the round today, after the 9 holes, what does his game look like? And Couples even hesitated. He took a deep breath, and apparently he's like, I hate to say this to put more, expectations on him, but I promise you he looks as good as he did when I played with him here in 2018 and 2019.
It's hard to believe.
I know, but I would also believe Fred Couples knows.
I know, but he likes him and he loves him. So I would also say that.
Yeah, but if you
how do you say that though?
What do you mean? How do you say that?
Like, let's just say
he's
that one
a train wreck out there.
Well, no, I mean,
one of you guys was breaking down, and then somebody's like, "Hey, how's Brown doing?"
Fred Couples could have said, "Yeah, I mean, look, Tiger's playing very well, but you guys got to understand how far this guy's had to come."
That's
the easy answer. than to say, I'm telling you, he looks as good as he did in 18 and 19.
Yeah, I'll go he misses the cut as well. Something tweaked, something bad.
I mean, I think that would be the smart play there.
Yeah. And finally, both of these are at 8.5. More wins this year, Dolphins or Patriots?
Dolphins. Dolphins are the better team.
I think the Dolphins are the better roster.
Better roster, beat them twice last year.
You know, the unknowns are Tua's health. Mike McDaniel's a head coach.
Yep.
I will go Dolphins.
You're saying the Patriots, you think, have a head coaching advantage in that one?
Maybe a little bit.
We'll do, that's by the way, that's 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Stop in today to one of those 4 locations or online, Vulcan Tire and Auto.
A final thought when we come back right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Final thoughts on the show brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Mortgage Right, great time right now to look at your mortgage. Find out if you're in a good place for what is an interesting time in the housing market out there for buyers and sellers alike. Mortgage Right can get you hooked up. Anywhere you hear us or watch us, Mortgage Right is your local mortgage company. Check them out. Tiger Woods moves the needle, man, and everyone's excited to watch him tomorrow at the Masters. He goes off at 9:34, and he'll flip back around with the TV time, the TV window on Friday. Hopefully he's still in contention. But in that TV window tomorrow, 12:30 to 12:52 tee times, you get DJ, you get Morikawa, you get Rahm, you get Spieth, you get McIlroy, you get Koepka. So all those folks are in the TV window on day one.
I would really like to see McIlroy finally get that career Grand Slam off his back. I don't know anybody that just dislikes Rory McIlroy.
So this is the one he's missing.
This is the one he's missing and has been for a little while. Had one arm in the green jacket heading to the back nine one year and just completely melted down.
Had a nice, comfortable lead at the turn on Sunday, right?
And put it in the back porch of one of the cabins on 10 and never recovered. And that was hard to watch.
I don't see a lot of people that think McIlroy's got a shot.
No, that's the one thing. You know, he's been talked about for years coming into this thing, and this is the one time maybe he's not talked about as much. So maybe that's a chance for him to win it. I'd love to see that. I think people genuinely like him. He is reportedly the nicest guy out there. That when they do these confidential questions for like tour guys, they ask who's the biggest jerk and who does nobody like. Rory always scores well.
And they all love Dunaway's guy, Bubba Watson, right?
Bubba's a little bit low. I think the line was if somebody was whipping Bubba's you-know-what in the parking lot, not one tour pro would step in to stop it. I think that was years ago. I think Bubba's probably softened a little bit.
Well, that's none of my business. Let them handle it.
I think Patrick Reed might have passed Bubba.
Okay, our final thought today from Mortgage Right is this. Max Scherzer, Mike Trout, Anthony Rendon, Jacob deGrom, Garrett Cole, Trevor Bauer, Carlos Correa, Nolan Ariana, never say his name right. Arenado, Steven Strasburg, Francisco Lindor, and Corey Seager. What do they all have in common?
They
11 guys
are making over $30 million.
None of them have ever been in my kitchen.
They all are making over $33 million, and they each make more than the entire Oakland Athletics opening day roster.
Yeah, the A's and the Reds both cleaned house. And, boy, that's just tough to be a fan of a team when you know you have no shot. It's a long season.
Tampa's been there a lot, and they've cleaned some houses. But as you heard Fuhrman say, with this organization in Tampa now, if they cut somebody like Austin Meadows loose, and they did with Chris Archer a few years ago, you just think that maybe they've seen something or they got somebody coming in they think is going to be better. Really excited for baseball season to crank up. It was a fun basketball season. Don't forget on Friday, we bring back Rockstars Lounge for the first time in our new operation here over in the Lego area, the fun zone, if you will, in our studio, and we look forward to him doing that coming up this Friday. That's the show today. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Don't nobody go anywhere. We got to get our Sterling's Champy's chicken order before everybody gets out of here.
And we're testing Rockstar setup. It's a big few moments here off camera.
We are about to test that?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Rockstar said it wouldn't happen. Here it goes. Let's go.
All that coming up in the Mystery Fifth Hour. Oh, no, it's a podcast now that we haven't done in a while. We got to do one of those soon, too.
Like when's the store open?
When does the store open?
We got golf gear coming, too.
Peter Burns is waiting on that.
Yeah, he wants his now.
He wants his golf gear.
Yep.
Hey, go check out our social media platform. See our exclusive auto wholesale drive-in this morning. We're asking about some classic T-shirts that you loved back in high school and college. Love a good T-shirt, and we had some good memories down memory lane this morning. Thanks for being with us. We're back tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.